Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig, and look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yeah, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens. Sofia, Bulgaria. Day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So I'm in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam, there's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. Yeah, I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig, and look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
Mike's live.
No. Oh dear. Please let me in. I cannot. Damn it. Actually, you've got to. I need the. How long it goes? Ian, talk to me.
Hello, you have 45 seconds till 12 o'clock.
Alright, we need 1 minute countdown to those.
Sorry, someone said the streams have gone down, but they haven't, so.
Oh, I think we've got a few seconds. I think I've only got a few seconds.
6, 3, 2, 1, midday.
Sorry? Yes, please. If you could use that to what the small iPad
yeah.
and there was something else. Oh no, just that.
Okay, just yeah. The screen as well.
It's just the screen. Oh come on. Please work. Please work. Come on. Come on. Oh, mother of God. No, please work, please work, please work, please work. No, don't do that. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Clive Finnemore is back. Oh, I didn't eat my porridge. That's not good. Okay, yeah, you can reheat it, yeah? You can reheat what eat. I'll eat a bit every half hour, not all of it, but so, day 5, Marathon 5, City 5 Valletta. We're celebrating the Valletta and Malta today and reaching out to make even stronger connections than ever before. The time of separation, and COVID encouraging some people to get very separate and very, we've got the vaccine, you haven't COVID. Nationalism is a bad thing for the world. So this is the time for the rest of us to reach out and make even stronger connections. So running through marathons in different European cities and other cities and reaching out to the world, running with runners from around the world. Different flags out there today. I saw a Japanese flag out there. I've only got tiny flags in front of me. It's my 5th marathon in 5 days, and I'm tired. I have to take my mind out of what I'm doing. That is tough. But talking to people is good, so it'd be good to talk to someone as soon as I can. Oh. My back is doing something weird. I seem to be running lopsided, which is rather worrying. I think that feels straighter. I seem to be doing that all the time. podiatrist. Say my. He's a podiatrist. Services I've used. Starting off slow today. Hopefully there's a point where I'll feel stronger and I can speed up. Not feeling it at the moment. It'd be nice to get to a different, to get to the downhill slope after 16 marathons. 16:32. I've only got 31 to do, so once I've done basically 15 and a half, actually that'll help me with the last half of the 15, and then from the 16 on it gets shorter. Something niggling in my back, which is annoying. We've got the doors open here. Obviously, COVID is being really tricky. Me and Sarah in the room. Sarah is the event manager and she and I are on the same work bubble. So, we're carrying on with our work here. COVID safe conditions, we don't interact with anyone, just stuff is left at the door. Deliveries, all that kind of thing. We haven't seen people for ages, face to face, but we link up with them on this. And so, freezing cold air coming in. Something about running outdoors in cold air. Running indoors in cold air is just really odd. Doesn't feel so good. Oh. I'm trying to get my companion app for Zwift sorted out so I can link up with people. Say hi again. Thought by day 4 I'd be in a system, but no, still stuff to sort out just before we get here early to get things set up. But I was really behind today, having been ahead. It's hellish being ahead of the game and then being behind again. I think I need to get this system as to what happens here. Okay, thank you. It doesn't really make sense that I have to be on exactly the same Wi-Fi in order to use the companion app. Maybe so. I don't know what this thing's using then.
I've just sent you new Wi-Fi information.
Thank you, Ian.
They have to be that far open, those doors, yeah? Gary said that?
Just checking your cable. So, if you're in Valletta, or if you have photos of yourself, videos in Valletta, Malta, you can post them online. Just add the hashtag, say that it's Valletta, and add the hashtag make you anti-great again, hash make you anti-great again, and then we can pick them up, put them circulating behind us. Malta down there in the Mediterranean, must be nice weather. Hopefully nice weather. We've got here in London, Riverside Studios. It's clear, but not clear, it's cloudy. Kind of bright cloudy, but cold. Sarah, can I get my phone back and just work on the iPad behind you, because I've got nothing I can look at, and then I can just... Sorry? I can just use 4G. Use the other one, try and get the other one, it's more important. Use 4G. I don't care, 4G, I can't look anything up at the moment. I don't know what time it is. Please work, phone, please work. Please work. So if you'd like to donate to help us, and this is to make humanity great again, we have a fund, and we're donating out your good money that comes in to charities in the UK and all around the world. And you can donate from anywhere in the world. Just go to eddieizzard.com and you go down there, there's the donate button, and once you get onto the crowdfunder site, you'll see a support us button, and beneath that, just scroll a little bit further down, we're going to sort this out, but you can see pay in euros, American dollars or pounds. So it's set up for UK pounds, but if you want to pay it in euros or American dollars, don't hit the main support button in orange on the crowdfunder site. Just scroll a little bit further down, you'll see small orange buttons for euros. It gives all three choices there: euros, pounds, and American dollars. So that's good. Thank you everyone who is out there running, watching all around the world. This who's been watching the shows over the week. People have been watching the shows and probably watching the streaming as well, but this was what the figures we got the shows: Ireland, Italy, Croatia, United States, Canada, Switzerland, Sweden, Poland, Belgium, Germany, Austria, Norway, Denmark, Netherlands, United States, UAE, United Arab Emirates, India, Spain, Greece, New Zealand, Estonia, Finland, Portugal, Russia, Spasibo, Russian people, Luxembourg, Turkey, South Africa, Jersey, Channel Islands there, Australia, Hungary, Slovenia, France and Romania. There we go. And hopefully more. There's about 170 countries in the world who are members of the UN. You see our UN flag here. And so, yeah, it'd be nice to get as many countries as we possibly can. Oh, that's a speed thing. So I'll be taking breaks as and when today. I've been trying to do them at specific times, but that doesn't really work. So now if you're a runner, sometimes you just need to take a break. And so, yeah, I'll be doing that when I have to. It's the first loo break is usually the odd one. Have we got a sign up saying you could donate online?
Yeah, we have the posters, but we could put another sign where it says donate in the little box where
that'd be
you
nice.
could. Yeah, okay.
Two people just came up and looked confused.
Okay, yeah, we'll have a go at that. I think I might be able to go on Zoom.
We'll
try it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to the point that I want to go to the started talking about going to the
perfect timing.
So here we are, 25 past the hour in London time. It'll be 25 past the hour everywhere, except I know in Mumbai it'll be 5 to the hour. So, and in some places it's quarter to the hour or quarter past.
So I think you might be able to see me on Zoom. Can you see me
I
on
can
Zoom?
see you, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Can you see me through the screen? Do you have to
Yeah.
look sideways?
I can see you. Yeah. So
You need to watch me through the screen and not.
Yeah.
Do you have to use the microphone?
I do have to use the microphone. Yeah. Because otherwise it does a weird loop and a weird feedback loop through your monitor.
Okay.
Because yes, we have many microphones and monitors and speakers and things. So.
Can they
Yeah,
get
does
you
that work?
Yeah. Can they get you a little? Oh, it doesn't matter. So they can get you a little stand so you don't have to have it. But
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I have to remember to look straight ahead and not actually at you.
yeah,
Oh, that's working. Okay, great.
you can see it's daylight outside. If we get sunshine in there, that's going to make it weird again.
Oh, you mean like because I'll go a bit silhouetted?
Yeah, or you're going to stripy.
Yeah.
So it might be.
I'll keep an
So
eye
we
on
were
that.
talking about maybe making your base camp in a slightly different place.
Oh, yeah,
Let's
moving
talk
me generally, yeah.
Well, just it might. And then you never have to worry about. Anyway,
Yeah, we'll have a
it's a
figure
shot of being OCD on your background.
out. Just feng shui it. So yes, we're just working on getting things, your phone reconnected.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do a little break. I'm sorry. This happens.
We'll come off Zoom for a moment.
Say again? Shit. Thank you.
That way.
Yeah, can you leave it where it was on the chair, bring the chair up? So it's, I know it's a bit weird, but just sit square on the chair. Yes, that all looks nice. Yeah, thank you. It doesn't do analog clock, does it? And the time seems slightly wrong, sir. Just so you know. Yeah, this is just coming up to 41, so I don't know if it can Wi-Fi sync, and if not, it's quarter till 41. If you can hit 41 in 10 seconds, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, hit 41, yeah, go. That's great, thanks. Ian,
Hi, Eddie.
you know we had the orange 42.2 and the clock counting down
Yeah.
up on the top left. I felt it was a bit cluttered. It couldn't go. Oh, that would go in front of my feet, I suppose. Can we just try it in the centre of the bottom of the screen?
Let me have a look. I don't think we can, but let me have a look.
Oh,
and
if
see
you
what-
can't, then don't worry. Or could it go on the outside of after day 5 Valletta?
Let me see if I can. It's the problem is trying to get it away from everything else.
Right, if it's impossible, don't worry. If it's tricky, don't worry.
I'll have a look.
Maybe I might try and get Zoom going again. That'd be
Okay.
good. Okay. Okay, I think I'm on Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to remember to look.
Can you see me though?
I can, yeah. So I can see you in the box at
Yeah.
the top left. Yeah, you can see the same thing.
Let's look in that.
Yeah, that is weird.
And there's nothing we can do about that window in the background because that just sort of, it silhouettes you out.
It's just, am I really silhouetted out?
Well, you're,
Or half?
there's something about the shot that if it's a good shot you can identify it, but I see mainly that door.
Yeah. I need my own background, don't I?
Yeah.
Be nice if I just had like a.
Which is the camera? Oh, you-
It's my.
oh well,
it's
all you
my
need to
laptop.
do, I'll tell you what you need to do.
Yeah.
Take that desk,
Yeah.
pick it up, move it to the right so that it's almost facing me and it'll take the window out of you. You see that? Pick up the, put that mic down,
Okay, hang on.
put both hands on the table, and then you're gonna, if you pick it up and slide it so that the actual back of the table is facing me. Does that make sense? You're gonna have to move that chair away. Just try this. It should work. Yeah, no, so your background is exactly, you're lined up exactly this way. Then your background will be something that's not that window.
I'll try this table. It's got
Ian,
lots on
Ian,
it.
you need to put Sarah back in the vision. I did, otherwise I can't judge this. Thank you. I'll tell you how far you have to. That's it. That's all you need to do. And then you can, you know, if that's really tight in, just pull it out, pull the table out towards you, you know?
Okay, how's that?
Yeah, that's better. You still got a stripe, but
Yeah.
that's definitely
okay.
better.
That
And you
looks
lo-
better.
lose the chair behind you as well.
Yeah, that
Sorry,
chair looks
I'm
a
being
bit weird,
pedantic.
doesn't it? Yeah, video directing. No, director of photography. That'd be it, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, probably TV director here. Yes, keep the thing charging up or whatever, or just loose. Further, bit further, still in the shot, and the shadow. You have to move it right out. The shadow's still in the shot, so just move it right out of the thing. Just dump it somewhere. There we go.
How's that? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. I feel like I quite like a green screen behind me though, with like the
Yeah.
Barbados.
Well, we
That'd be
could,
nice.
we could get
palm
one.
tree.
We could get one delivered. Oh, we haven't worked out how to put stuff on it.
Palm tree.
Oh,
Yeah, that'd be nice. I'd look a bit weird though if I had a hat on. If I've got a palm tree behind me.
yes. Maybe. You should wear one of our lovely hats.
Oh yeah. Well, actually,
I've got a spare one in my bag.
somewhere. Although I end up wearing quite a
Oh.
warm woolly hat later
All
when
right.
it gets a bit cold.
But any hat will keep you warm. You know, any hat.
Yeah.
These hats also work.
Yeah.
But just if you're going on this to the world, because no one can read what it says on mine.
Yeah.
But
Actually, hang on. I think I've got one in my bag. Hang on a minute.
I've got one in my bag. But if you feel it's going to give you hat hair, then don't worry about it. Don't think you're worried about hat hair then.
Well, yeah, it will definitely give me cat hair, which I'm not a fan of, but you know.
You do the ponytail thing. You could do the ponytail thing with the hat. That might work.
Yeah, no, I can. I
Yeah.
will still get hat hair later, but you know.
Well, you shouldn't really, because if it's all pulled back down out the back, as in my ponytail,
Yeah.
your hat hair should, because it's the hair coming down here. That's what it's going to cover. If it goes straight out the back,
Yeah.
it should be all right.
But then you know what happens?
What?
This bit goes really flat when you take
Yes,
the hat
yes,
off.
that's true. But then
Yeah.
a bit of back combing and you're off. But
Yeah.
that's why you do that.
Not too much back combing. I was going
You're too much of a tomboy for back combing.
I'll go giant. We saw Dallas. Was it
Well,
Dallas? Is it Dallas with big hair in the 80s?
Yes, very big hair.
So there was Dallas and Dynasty, wasn't there? Were they similar, but
No, that's the same thing. No, sorry, no, you're absolutely right. Dallas and Dynasty.
yeah.
Because we call it Dynasty and the Americans call it Dynasty, and they made it so.
Oh yeah.
I suppose it is Dynasty,
Yeah.
but we call it Dynasty.
So it was like Neighbours and Home and Away.
Yeah,
Kind of like
something
that.
like that.
Okay.
Which won't mean anything. We can't. You're
No.
doing regional references.
Doing very regional references. Yeah.
So that's an
sorry,
Australian reference.
Yeah. Well, Australia and here, and I don't know. I don't know
And
how
what?
far and here, because
Well, yes, but it came from Australia.
yeah, I don't know how far Neighbours and Home and Away reached. You never know.
I've probably got a lot around the Pacific area.
Yeah.
Probably a number of countries got it, but
I remember talking to Ari Eljon, Icelandic comedian, and I think in Iceland, all UK TV, I think, is picked up and watched, because I remember
Right.
thinking, God, your English is amazing. You know, all the slang and all,
Yeah.
you know, phrases. And he said, yeah, we get everything. So, yeah, it's interesting.
crazy.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to try this hat on.
If I'm forcing you into nightmare, then of hat and hair. Thank you from Sarah TB. We're still not quite a very. Oh, you do that. Because Because we could get you a mic stand, and we could put the mic on a thing on the...
Oh, a little table mic stand.
Yeah, that was
I
what
might
we...
be able to. I will
It's
ask
Riverside in the studios.
Ian and Zach,
Ian,
Chris and Dave.
do we have any table microphones?
There is one on its way to you now.
Beautiful.
Oh, it's magical.
Can we cut away from Sarah? We need to set up your first Zoom call with...
Yes, indeed.
That's okay.
All right, I shall return later with a hat.
Okay. Now, I haven't got details. Oh, there we go. Walking with a wound in the next I see some adventure. Next I was walking along, walking layered. Most usually navigating a river on foot, exposure radio, parachute regiment. Some being a reservist, aware of mental health challenges ex-military face. Actually, maybe I should read this out to people. Coming on in 10 minutes, I'm going to talk to Levison Wood. Because I've got these details below the screen you can see me on. Levison Wood is one of our charities that we are, that you are donating money in, and we are apportioning out, is Walking with the Wounded. And Levison is an ambassador for Walking with the Wounded charity. BBC, he is a BBC and Channel 4 TV adventurer, best-selling author. From his walks, he's done walks walking the Nile, walking the Himalaya. I see it from his Himalayas, but I know, having been there, having been to, where did we go? Where's the Himalaya? The country, Kathmandu. Having been to Kathmandu, I know it's the Himalaya. No earth. Just like it's Orkney and Shetland, not Orkneys and Shetlands. Orkney and Shetland, or you can say Orkney Islands, Shetland Islands. So I learned things as I go. And anyway, Levison most recently circumnavigated Arabia on foot. Be interesting to ask about that, as I was born in a country that we would put into Arabia, even though there is not a whole lot of countries that speak Arabic in different dialects. Mine was Yemen, so I was born Aden in Yemen, and he did all these on foot. His ex-parachute regiment, British forces, serving reservist, very aware of mental health challenges that ex-military people can face, and early intervention programs to support them. Walking with the Wounded's early intervention programs to support them to thrive and contribute once more back in society after their military careers, if they've been through a very tough time. So, yeah, we will have a chat. Oh, damn it. Struggling so hard to get one little bit of technology going today. I can't talk to anyone on Swift at all. Still the card, yeah? I'm still upstairs.
I'm just trying to redo now. I'm working on it with Ian.
Okay. Damn. Let's come down to 7.5. Oh. So, a number of people out there. I'm running with the Malta flag of Malta today, because we're celebrating Valletta in Malta. Day 5, Marathon 5. Sarah, quick note.
Yes.
You've got these wonderful boards. Did Neil do these for us?
I think Neil did, yes, I think.
I wonder if it could say Marathon 5.
Oh, yeah.
Marathon 6, Marathon 7, because then
Just day, like you're having a tea.
Good day. It just sounds like
It's not a nice
I'm
day.
doing a bit of a run. But if that's a huge, just I don't know, send an
Yes.
email. But if it's a huge hassle,
I will check.
If Neil has to go through the whole thing again, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But,
You could add hellish in front of day. That would work.
but people would think that's linked to the city, which of course it isn't. The city.
Oh yeah, oh no, that's, yeah, no, Valletta is delightful, so
Yeah.
that would be bad.
Well, the day I ran Valletta, on the 5th of February last year, we were up at dawn. I think it was a tricky leave time, wasn't it? We had to get it done at an early time.
Yes, we had a flight to
So
catch.
I was up at dawn
Yeah.
running, and it was cold like now. February the 5th or January the 5th, just cold. Actually, I can check.
It was windy, wasn't it? It was very windy.
It was very windy, and I had to find a street. I found one street. Some people in Valletta who were up that time, they might have seen a strange person all wrapped up, going, running up and down this one street. And that was me.
I remember having to dodge the delivery trucks that were coming down the street in the morning to deliver stuff. Because it was quite a pedestrianised street, I remember, bar, you know,
Yeah, it
except
had
for deliveries.
restaurants, I'm sure. Spring and summer. It's lovely people turning up at the window. Oh, God.
Yeah, it was very windy, but yeah, beautiful. Windy that day.
I found one street where the wind was less. It was still there. And I tried going down alternate streets, but literally it was about 200 meters, maybe 300 meters of street. And I went around and round it for 6 or 7 hours. Yeah. Tough day. Grind them out, just like in the Premier League. Sometimes your team has to grind out a win, and that's what I do. I just stay in there, grind it out. Whereas Lisbon on the second day was such a warm day. It was much more balmy. I remember it being very positive, sun shining, vitamin D coming in, great vista right on the Atlantic. That's when I really get something out of running. This is tough. This is tougher than I've maybe ever done, because I've just got to keep my brain going. Oh,
Can I grab your phone? I'm going to see if I can make it work.
yeah. Is the other one still charging up? One thing I'm going to do before you get into that, I want you to do this for me. I want you. I think you've already done it.
I've done it. Yeah, I've done
Oh God, on that, because you could have got. You have to do it again because I've just deleted it. I just
okay. Yeah,
realised.
no, I did this because I had to turn it off and on again.
Then you don't need me to open it.
You know when you fully turn it off and on, it wants you the password.
Oh yes.
That's
Oh,
my
that's true.
problem.
I see. Yes, no. Totally with you. So in a couple of minutes, I will get Levison Wood will be on the thing. Oh, I'm tired.
Face ID.
I have to get to 3 hours in. I have to get to 3 o'clock London time, and then I'm on the downhill, basically. I need to go slightly faster. If I go 7 kilometers an hour, I can get it all done in 6 hours. But yesterday it was about 6 hours, 8 or 10, because brakes, and so if you go slightly faster than 7, you can afford the brakes. So I'm trying to do that, but I keep mucking it up, which is not so good. Oh, 1 o'clock. Ian, bing! Levison there. I'm just getting there. Talk to me, Ian.
Hi, we're just going to set them up now for you.
Okay. Be nice if they came on bang on 1, because I'm doing a big build-up and then I'm just having this lengthy pause.
Yep.
So guests coming on. Ah, Levison Wood.
Hello, Eddie.
How are you?
I'm good. More to the point, how are you?
Well, when I'm talking to someone like yourself, and we've never met before, so that's even more kind of exciting for me, and my brain goes, let's talk to someone. And you were in the forces, I wanted to be in the forces, you've done a lot of adventuring with the walks and the books, we could talk all about that. So my brain is going, it's food for my mind, and then my mind gets occupied, and as the body is saying, and you'll know this from me, forces and the stuff you do, the body is saying, remember us, remember the annoyance, the tiredness, but the rest of my brain's going, no, we've got someone to talk to. And the talking is so, I find it so important, useful, and I tell people who are running, anyone running out there, if they've got no one to run with, phone a friend, just phone someone and you can have a good chat, and the kilometres, the miles can tick by.
They do, don't they? No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, no, I think it would be interesting to sort of to share your thoughts on that. I mean, I remember when I was doing my long walks, people always ask me what was your sort of, music playlist and things like that. I much prefer just chatting to people along the way. I found that the time would go a lot quicker, particularly on the sort of more monotonous stretches when I was just having a good conversation.
And that was with people who you're with, or you met on the way, or?
A bit of both, really. I mean, I always just love bumping into people, chatting to local people, finding out what their lives are like. I guess when you're running though, it's a bit more tricky to do that, because if you're out of breath, then I suppose it makes conversation a bit more difficult.
Well, no, I mean, I'm going 7.5 kilometres an hour. Well, it must be about 4.5 or something miles an hour, and it's not that fast. But as you can hear from me, I can talk, and I think people will find if they check in later down the 31 marathons, I'll be able to do this, and it'll seem like I'm not out of puff. But it's still good. I like this. When I was in South Africa, running along in Eastern Cape, particularly in Eastern Cape, white guy, I wasn't in girl mode then, I was more in boy mode, but I had red painted nails, which no one could really see from a distance. But the local black rural population looked at me and the support team with, cars, and they thought, what is this? This doesn't feel right. But I was running with the South African flag, so that obviously coming from Nelson Mandela at that time, so because it was in 2012 and 2016 I ran, and the people were much more approachable. And go, there's that flag, I think. And I also learned, like probably you did, one word, hello, in Xhosa, which was molo. Molo, and I kept doing, and I got how are you. I had like little phrases like how are you and this and that really helps, doesn't it? Yeah, did you do that?
Yeah, I think for me, people often say what was the thing that motivated me and kept me going on those long trips, and I think it was those little interactions, those sort of brief moments of connection with people, all over the world, and the sense of hospitality. I always found when I was going through some of the most remote places, often places that you sort of see on the news as having a bit of a bad reputation. I remember walking through Sudan, and before I got to Sudan, everyone was saying, it's really dangerous. There's a war going on. You'll get into lots of trouble. You'll get arrested. Completely the opposite, I found. In fact, people would go out of their way to greet me, to invite me into their homes, and to make me feel really, really welcome. And it's one of those cultures where hospitality underpins everything, and people would literally rather die than let a guest go past without offering them a drink of water or a cup of tea. And I found that really amazing, because there were times, because I was there to try and do this expedition, and I had to cover a certain amount of miles every day. I was trying to sort of do about 30 miles a day. when everybody's rushing out of their homes to greet you and to try and make you feel, welcome, often I'd get slowed down and I'd get drawn into sort of teaching their kids English or something. So I had a bit of a rule. Every other day I would sort of do my walking away from the villages through the middle of the desert. But of course, when you do that, people look at you as if you're a bit of an oddball. They're like, why aren't you walking along the road where we can offer you a cup of tea? And one evening, I remember I'd sort of set up my camp out in the desert, and I was just making my own sort of food. And this group of local villagers had walked about a mile from the village, because they'd obviously seen the campfire, and said, "What on earth are you doing?" And I said, "Well,
hang on, I want to hear the story." But when they said that, in English they said that, or in their local language, or you could understand?
Well, I had a local translator.
But, okay.
Yeah, but they were speaking Arabic, and they said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Well, I'm trying to sort of cover some distance." And they were quite offended by the fact that I was there. One guy stormed off, and he came back about half an hour later. He carried his bed on his head and said, "If you're not coming into my house, my home is coming to you."
Oh, wow.
Isn't that remarkable?
That is wonderful. So the truth, I mean, you've been in the military. I'm aware of it. I've watched you and McGregor and Charlie do their motorbike adventures, and the advice is that bad things can happen, but they can happen in your own city centre. So you have to use your instincts, and if it feels okay, it probably is okay. Is that how you got yourself through it? Or you were with advisors, just one person or a few people with you, or how did it work?
Well, it would depend. Sometimes it was just me with a local guide, and I found that having somebody with me, not necessarily as sort of protection, but just somebody who has a bit of cultural insight, that's invaluable. But I mean, I think the slogan that you're using, "Make humanity great again," I think that's really appropriate, because I found that overwhelmingly people across the world are good and will look after you, and it's often just sort of looking beyond what we sort of see on the news all the time, and the doom and gloom. And actually, there's a lot of positives that we can take away from this. And when you shine a spotlight on humanity, I think the good does come to the fore, and that's something that I've certainly found all around the world.
Yes, I think there's more. I do try and be very balanced on this. I think there's more goodwill than ill will in the world. Sometimes it might be 75-25. Sometimes it goes down to 60-40, 65. But I always think, because I've said this thing before on my now 6-hour podcast that I'm doing, is that at times of crisis it brings out the best and also brings out the worst. Some people behave they get even worse than before, and just irresponsibly, it's ridiculous. But anyway, but there's a lot of good out there, and going out there with an open hand, an open mind, an open face, I find that's the great thing. And you've walked. These books are available. People can buy these books and
I've done lots of the sort of big expeditions. I walked the length of the River Nile, the length of the Himalayas, all across Central Asia. And one of my last big journeys, actually, Eddie, was around the whole Arabian Peninsula. Because I know you were born in Aden. I went through Yemen as well, which was fascinating a couple of years ago.
I was back there in 2008. Now I'm going to pick you up on one thing. You said the Himalayas. Isn't it the Himalaya? No S. I believe the correct way of saying it, the local way, it's the Himalaya. It's the main.
It really depends on who you speak to on that one, but yeah, I mean it's an amazing region. I mean it's so sublime. I went through Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, all the way to Bhutan, and it was just the most remarkable journey.
And you never felt in huge danger, in any danger, or?
It was quite odd, because I'd served in Afghanistan in the army back in sort of 2008. So to then return as a civilian to sort of effectively be just walking through these regions was obviously a bit strange, but also amazing, because it was good to go back there under a different set of circumstances, not armed, and just meet people on their own terms, and to be sort of really try and get under the skin of the culture and show the positives of the country. Because yes, there's a war on, yes, we hear about the danger of the place, but also there's millions of people who live there who are just trying to crack on with their normal lives.
Yeah. So And what rank did you get to, or is that a silly thing to ask? That like how many?
Well, I was a captain in the regular army, but I'm still in the reserves now, so
Right.
I'm a major in the reserves.
A major in the service, got it. And you were a parachute regiment, or was that infantry?
I was in the parachute regiment, and hence my link to Walking with the Wounded,
Yes.
and this amazing charity which does such good work to support veterans and ex-service men and women, across the UK, especially the most vulnerable ones.
Yes, and it's I was talking to a gentleman from the Walking with the Wounded before, and he's talking about the fact that you're forced now with COVID to link up via conference calls like this, but that could be helping in a way. The reach is bigger. Are you involved in those kind of situations, or have you heard that we could be turning this into a positive thing?
I think so. I think there's been a real spike in the use of all these new sort of technologies and video conferencing. Hopefully, that people will make use of that, and it's certainly enabled people who perhaps otherwise might not have linked up with old friends to reconnect. So I really would encourage anyone who's struggling, particularly those who are ex-services, to try and make the most of this technology to reconnect with old friends.
Yep.
I think that's one of the biggest problems when people do leave the military is it's not necessarily a specific traumatic incident that can be the catalyst for for not feeling well or for struggling to integrate. It's often just not having that support network around you, and not being in the environment where there's an infrastructure to have your mates around you, and that can be really, really tricky, and a lot of people really do struggle with that. So what Walking with Wounded does is acknowledge some of these problems and some of these issues, and help those who are really vulnerable in finding employment, in getting access to the help they need, whether that's mental help or through the NHS, or indeed, those who've sort of succumbed to, or sort of fallen foul of the criminal justice system and really need help to get back on track. And that's what Walking with the Wounded does, is it gets people back on track and gives them the best chance to start again.
And I take it there's a quite fairly easy way these days of getting in contact with Walking with the Wounded, the charity,
Yeah.
if they want to, online, its website, that kind of thing.
Yeah, they can. You can just check out what they do on the Walking with the Wounded website. They've got a really good social media feed. But Walking with the Wounded works directly with the NHS as a partner as well to provide that really essential mental health support.
That is very good to know. That's a great idea. I want to take you back to Yemen. So you went through Yemen. What parts of Yemen did you go through? Did you go through Aden?
Sadly not. No, it was off limits when I was there. I was just in the east, in Al-Mara. So I was going through the sort of the mountains, and it was one of the most beautiful countries I've visited. It really is. And again, going back to the people and that sense of hospitality, it really is at the core of the culture, is to look after guests.
Yeah, it would be lovely if we could get to a better situation, but they've got not only COVID like all the rest of us, but this proxy civil war, which I didn't even know that kind of thing existed really, where Iran and Saudi Arabia decided to back different sides and make this civil war go on and on. I think it's about 8 years, 10 years now.
It's been dragging on, it's really dreadful, and there's lots of, there's a huge cholera endemic there as well, and just extreme poverty, lots of people trying to leave but they can't. I mean, it's a terrible situation. So hopefully, it will be resolved soon. But sadly, with the present situation, people's eyes aren't really focused on Yemen or the Middle East anymore, are they?
Yes. Oh God. I keep turning my mind to it, thinking, what could I do? I was born there, and I can't come up with brilliant things. Well, I can do things like this. Care International, I know, are doing work out there. A lot of good charities do work in Yemen, so it's one of the, unfortunately, the forgotten countries. But
I think that's one of the biggest challenges of the last sort of 12 months or so. Is yes, we've got this huge problem at home on our doorstep, but I think it's important to remind people that out in the world there's lots of other equally worthy causes that still need our support. So yeah, I think we have to try, I suppose, to find the positives in our own lives and do what we can to support, I guess.
Yes, indeed. Well, great. Thank you very much. It's great to talk to you. Thank you for doing what you're doing.
No, you too, Eddie. It's amazing. I hope you're sort of into your rhythm now and keep up this amazing work, because you know the work that you do for charity is remarkable. So thank you so much.
That's quite all right. I'm not really into my rhythm though. I'm into the first 10. The first 10 are horrible. They're just not good. So what I do is I moan. I know in the military moaning would be not the thing to do.
Oh no, we love to moan in the military.
No, you
just behind closed doors.
You see, I always wanted to be in special forces, but I do civilian special forces. I just do weird things, gigs in different languages, coming out as trans, running multiple marathons. That's my selection. You know, it's called selection.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. It's incredible. Your sort of array of skills, I'm sure, would be snapped up by the special forces.
Well, it was. You know, you probably know about it, but David Sterling, who set up the SAS, and Paddy Mayne took it over, and the Long Range Desert Group, and it was all in the Desert War, and they came back from that, and they were flown into behind Normandy, deep behind enemy lines, and I knew all this stuff. It was a complete plan of mine, but then I had this other plan, and also which war would I be sent to? So you obviously can't choose your wars if you're in the forces. You just have to go. But anyway, well done you, and thank you. Good to talk to you, and I'll keep soldiering on, as they say.
Yeah, no. Thank you so much, Eddie. Thanks for having me on, and good luck with the rest of it.
Cheers. Thank you, Levison.
Cheers, Eddie.
Cheers. Bye. So that was Levison Wood, walking with the wounded. If you're an ex-military person, you're having a tough time in any which way, do go online, find their website, get in touch, or through the NHS. That's good that there's a link to the NHS. I think that's a great idea. It's just so simple. NHS people, someone ex-military and having tough private time, socially, physically, with the criminal justice system, which probably wouldn't be an NHS thing, but anyway, the links are there. It's built into the NHS, our wonderful NHS, National Health Service. It was born in 1947 by the Labour Party. There you go. We came up with that. And I've also got this thing that COVID is a very negative time, and people are saying after this, there's going to be a lot more nationalism, economic times are going to be difficult, everyone's going to go more right-wing. And I hope against that. There will be a lot of people thinking, no, we've got to work together. We need to pool our resources. There probably will be either another strain of COVID or a new virus that comes along. If you consider SARS, Ebola, and Spanish flu down the years, we need to be ready next time. We don't want to do this, what we did this time. We've got to be better. And if you look at some countries around the world, you see some countries did it very well, and some countries less so. New Zealand, one of the best, I think. Obviously, you could say it's a smaller country, and it's an island, but still, there are lessons we can learn if we pool our resources and learn from each other. So I'm just saying, make even stronger connections than before. Let's not retreat to isolationism. Even if some people want to, the rest of us, we must march forward into a bold attitude of linking together around the world. And here we have it, for people running around the world. I'm talking to people around the world. They can come online, they could donate at go to eddieizzard.com. You could donate from anywhere in the world, and that's great. And now in American dollars and euros as well. So I'll just keep running on. But this, I've said before, you might have heard me wittering on to first 10 marathons difficult, and it gets a little bit easier. It's sort of true. It's a psychological thing. But also when I think back to the ones after the 10th marathon, I don't remember them being just easy peasy lemon squeezy. And I find this very hard
because I sort of have to run at the speed of the belt. Now I can change the belt speed. There's also people running with me. Maybe it's, if I start thinking about my body, I just want to go slow. I want to stop and have a look round. Did I take a break? I don't think I did there. Not on the hour.
No, not on the hour. You powered on.
Oh, so, well, I could take one at maybe 1/2 the hour. Oh, when's the next? 2 p.m. soon. Okay. Very good. Yes, we're still not quite online. So.
No, the battle continues at the moment.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give you this board so that I can dictate a little message. Guys,
Yeah,
I'm
no
going to
problem.
take a break. We'll stop everything.
I'll grab it.
Velcro was invented for the American astronaut program, and great invention it was too. Unfortunately, getting under pressure, well, let's not even go there, but it's generally a great invention. It makes that sound. Let's get into it. Oh, so at 2 p.m. I'm going to talk to Emily Gardner, and Emily's a big champion of the Make Humanity Great Again cause. Any chance she gets, and she's already donated. She's bought hats, and because these are online at Izzard.com. Tim's trying to call in, but he can come through here, but I can't do this. Hi there. Hi. Yes, if you go to eddieizzard.com, I think we're going to make it easy so you can get there. It's basically you have to hit the menu bar. There's little lines at the top right, and then you go to the shop, and you'll see you've got hats and Make Humanity Great Again masks and t-shirts. And Emily has bought them. She sat down and she wrote a little Christmas ditty with the Make Humanity Great Again slogan in mind. So there we go. That's great. Loves the idea of just keep working at it. Yes, that is the thing. Would like to know a piece of music that he plays the most when sitting down at the piano and playing. Why? All right. So I'll talk to her about playing the piano because I sort of taught myself the piano. I did have some lessons, but I'd already been learning the clarinet, and all the songs were da 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 da, those kind of songs, which, life's not long enough to learn those songs. It's just snug as a bug in a rug. No, you want to learn how to play the Rick Wakeman part for Life on Mars. David Bowie's track, that's what you want to do. The Rick Wakeman piano on that is just excellent. And generally excellent, he's a very good piano player. But particularly Life on Mars. And in the end I bought some sheet music. I was about 13, 14, and I learned the theme to the Persuaders. No, is it Persuaders? No, the Sweeney. No, the Persuaders as well. If you try to sing a whole orchestra or a piece of music with lots of instruments, it just sounds bonkers. But yeah, if you listen to the Persuaders, or in French it's amicalement votre. Amicalement votre is the Persuaders, which is yours truly. It's how French people sign off lines, letters. And so I taught myself that one slowly, because I'm not good at sight reading, so it was all bong, 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 cling, bong, 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 cling, doing it like that. And then Sweeney, I learned that one. Tried to do Scott Joplin's The Entertainer, because The Sting was had come out.
but I couldn't do the left hand. So in the end, I started just pootling around and finding my own chords, finding chords that I liked. And I did octaves on the left hand, and my small hands could reach just about to the octave. And then I'd muck around here. So I've never got brilliant on the left hand. But I can make okay sounds. Well, I can make these fairly decent pieces of music. No, how else to find it? I come up with songs, with pieces. There's one I've been playing since I was 19, which I've got to get into a song shape and format. Got to get lyrics to it. Oh. Everyone's ahead of me. I better speed up. Everyone's run off into the mist. So if anyone wishes to join running me, you have to get the Zwift app and the Zwift Companion app. You follow me on the Zwift Companion app, and then you can find where I'm running and come with me, if you wish. Oh, and the sun was up from Seafieldcroft. Oh. To tour today. Can you line up a message that says having a quick 5-minute break, full stop, Eddie? And we'll put it out on past.
Sure. I think you'll have to be my quality control though, because I haven't got the screen here.
Oh God, you haven't, have you? Hit an M to start off with. That gives message.
Yep.
Okay. Having a quick 5-minute break. Full stop, Eddie. Don't hit the return button though until past.
No props. I think that should be on your screen now, yeah?
It is, yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, we're coming up to a quarter of a marathon. That's not too bad. This won't do seconds, will it?
Say again?
The clock won't do seconds, will it?
No. I think it was
That's
a date, day, temperature, and time.
Right.
In giant numbers, but yeah, not seconds.
Ian, the first line of my updated thing.
Yep.
Oh, she's calling in from Texas, I see. There was no commas in there. I couldn't understand
Okay.
what was going on. I thought the boys were calling in from Texas.
Oh no, sorry. We've just been sent an update. We'll give you an update on the information.
Yeah, you're just going to do a comma after the boys' nine.
Yep.
But I understand it now.
There is your cover.
Thank you.
Just going to go a little further turn so it says 10.5.
Okay, sure.
10.43. 4.4. 4.5. 4.6. 4.7. 4.9. And if you could hit the button now, Sarah.
Yeah, it should have gone through.
Yep, it's gone through.
Great.
I will have penne alla arrabbiata. Yeah, well, you want to try? Do you know who I am? All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
So, I am going to talk to Emily Gardner, calling in from Texas at on the top of the hour in 17 minutes.
Put out loo break again. Sorry, need to pee. I will have penne alla arrabbiata. Goes, yeah, well, you want to try? Do you know who I am? All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Emily's there.
Stand by.
Can I get some water, sir? Okay. Throwing bottles around.
Hi Eddie, here's Emily.
Hi, Emily. Hi there.
Howdy.
Hi, you can hear me. Great.
Yes, I can hear you.
So,
Uh,
you're calling from Texas. Where in Texas are you? Which town or city?
League City, which is right in between Galveston and Houston.
Wow. So you're, it's early in the morning there, yeah? What time?
8 o'clock. 8 o'clock.
8 a.m. Well, thank you so much for joining us so early. And thanks for, you bought the hats, you bought hats and masks and t-shirts,
Yeah.
everything and donated. Wonderful. Brilliant, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I watched it last year. I would watch it right before I went to work, and then I would pull over, when I was parking, and if I saw a video, I'd, retweet it and hit up all my friends and like, look at this. So, yeah, I really enjoyed doing that. So
Thank
that was a lot of fun. Just in that small little involvement, was really cool. So
Yeah, no, well, thank you so much for being a supporter. And it just shows us, and hopefully you're linking in, just sorting my hat out here, to this idea that we're all humanity, 7.8 billion of us, thank you, around the world. And we can all help and try and do things and connect up as we're doing now, yeah?
yes. Oh, one thing I wanted to say, my last name is Glazner, like a glazed nerd without the D.
Glazner, I'm sorry, it's been written down as Gardner. So Emily Glazner, Emily Glazner, sorry, that got lost somewhere in translation. Apologies for that, Emily. But
That's how it happens. My maiden name is Faust, so my whole life people call me Faust.
all right.
So I've gotten so used to people saying things, in a different way.
So you have German links from way back, is it? Because Faust is a
I do have German links from way back.
yeah.
Yes.
But probably don't speak much German, not necessarily speak it.
No, I learned how to say Merry Christmas in German.
Yeah.
That was
What,
it.
can you remind me that? What's the it's
I'm gonna butcher it. It's like I think it's Freddy Hill van Haken.
is it Herzlinger? Oh, I know. I
Freddy
know.
Hill van Haken.
I'm
Something
not
like
sure.
that.
I'm gonna now look it up so that we both know. We can say it again.
Okay. That's what I did. I did it on Google Translate. I wrote a
Yes.
song most recently, and it was the idea was I was sitting at my desk and I got this cool picture and thought of Make Humanity Great Again, because I got the idea when I was driving home from Thanksgiving and I thought, what if I did it in different languages? Just said Merry Christmas in different languages. So,
wow.
super warm in different languages. So you really inspired me in that sense, and it's pretty good. I really like it. I thought, it's actually good. Okay,
Well,
that's good. And so it was a lot of fun.
You can play it if you want to. But I'm not going to push you to. But if you wish to, if you've got a song that's you can let me
What do you play it like a?
like do it. I know. Has it been recorded or was it in your head or is it what do you play it on? Guitar or piano or?
Oh, what I had it on is I have it on a YouTube link, and I have played it. I actually have it, but yeah. But the idea was, I can sing a little bit of it.
If you only if you wish. I'm not going to put you in one of those situations. It's just if you wanted to, you can.
No, I perform. I do. It's something that I do as a So it's snow must be falling somewhere. I can hear carols sung out in the great open air. A Merry Christmas, a happy one too. From the hill van Haken, for me and you. So then I can go on from there.
Very nice. So people can find that
So, yeah.
online on YouTube. They can find that.
Yeah, you can find it on YouTube. You can find it on my Twitter.
What should they search? What words should they search to find it?
It's Emily _Glazner. you know, so that's it, you know, at Emily_Gardner. And actually, it's my pin tweet. I wrote it because I had somebody approach me. I was like, hey, we're doing 12 Days of Christmas charity.
Yeah.
Will you do a cover? And I thought, you know, yeah, I could do that, but I don't know, you know, when people come at you for different things that, you know, are you using my song for this or that? And I thought, you know, if I wrote it, I could just bypass all of that.
Yeah.
And you got to pick your charity. And actually, I used, I know it's a fun, but I used Make Humanity Great Again, and I got your crowdfunder, and I put that under there. And I did it, so it debuted on Christmas Day,
Beautiful.
this, you know, 2020.
Thank
So
you.
it's really cool. And I actually did it with friends from England. I'm so bad at Zoom. So I did it with friends from England, and they sang, and they kind of sing it in the background. You know, I'm trying to walk through it because there's a lag, you know, there's absolutely a lag, but it turned out really cool, so I really enjoyed it.
Well, well done you. Thank you very much. That's a beautiful thing. I'm now going to say this using the gizmos we have. Happy Christmas. And now, see that?
So yeah, it would be a Merry Christmas, a happy one too.
All right.
That was the idea too, like just reaching America, and you know, from what my friends in England say, Happy Christmas instead of Merry Christmas, and then
Right.
you've got the German, Italian, French.
It's got Frohe Weihnachten. Frohe Weihnachten. Weihnachten is Christmas.
Ah.
That's the one, which could be the one, or maybe you're doing Happy New Year, or maybe I'm just got it wrong. But yes.
I don't know. I looked up on Google Translate. I was like, oh, if I get this wrong. But then I thought, by the time I actually record it, I'll have it down. But I had a deadline.
Yeah.
And they wanted me to use somebody from a different part of the world, so I did that too with a great friends and band. So yeah, it was really a lot of fun. But you were definitely the inspiration for doing that in a different way. And Christmas to me is for everybody. So
Yes.
you know, the Christmas trees and the lights, and you know,
And it's
I love it. Like, my tree is still up.
It is. Mine's still up.
My tree's still up.
Because it's if you think about it, it is a mixture of different. The Christmas tree is pagan. That's from the old German
Yes, it is.
religion,
Yeah.
and then Saint Nick, I think, is pagan, and he's red because Coca-Cola made him red. He was green, and then you've got religious overtones on the top. It's all mixed together. So I think it's just a fun. It's supposed to be a fun time for anyone, as opposed to separating people out. And so I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you've done that. And you've got 3 kids, I hear.
I do. My oldest just went into the Navy. Turned 19 just a couple of days ago. And
good
my
for him.
youngest 2 are 11 and just turned 8. So yeah,
Right.
all boys. Lots
Oh
of fun.
boy. Yeah, there you go.
Lots of fun.
And
They're just getting them into the car today for the schedule. It's like, come on, we gotta go.
yeah. And is your weather nicer than ours? We're kind of chilly here. We're somewhere around about.
It's actually really nice. I can tell you what it is. Hold on just a second. So right now it's about 55 degrees. So that would yeah.
35 degrees in
Yeah, I
centigrade?
figured.
35 in centigrade? Or
It's 55. So yeah, it's 55 degrees centigrade, and I think I could do this. Yeah.
it's got to be 55 Fahrenheit, because with 55
Or
centigrade.
Fahrenheit, yeah, Fahrenheit. Yeah, I was trying to look at that one.
You-
I was trying to figure out what that would be. Can't
You,
remember.
if you're not, do you have an iPhone?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
If
I'm
you-
trying to.
If you look at the whole list of it, if you put it on the list of all the things, you'll see there's a C button or an F button, and you can
Oh
switch
yeah,
up.
yeah, there it is. That's right. That's what it's 12 degrees.
12 degrees.
I
Well,
looked at that last night. Yeah, 12
that's
degrees.
definitely more pleasant than us. What are we on? We're on something like 3 or something. And we have to get the doors open
Yeah,
here.
that's what it says. That's
Every-
what it says. It says London's like 4 degrees. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
We're all wrapped up. But somewhere on the planet, someone's having a wonderful time. You know, I mean, there's
You know,
some-
that was the idea for the beginning of the song when I said, you know, snow must be falling somewhere because it rarely falls in this area
Yes, that's true.
of Texas. Yeah.
Now I've played, people may not know this, but I've played Texas many times, and I've played 4 cities: San Antonio, and Austin, and Dallas, and Houston. And very passionate fans have come and seen me when I wasn't even in Texas. So Texas is an amazing state. So thank you for being so supportive.
Oh yeah, like this hat's actually kind of dirty. I wear it quite a bit.
Yeah,
you know,
mine
flying
too.
through town, and it's funny. People will go, "Oh, I like your hat." I was like, you know, I'll tell them, "Oh, this is where I got it," you know. Or and I wore it. I wore it all through the election when I was out and about, and that was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Actually.
that would have been, well, as people may know, that Make Humanity Great Again is a slogan that seems a little similar to another slogan, but I can't remember who came up with the other slogan. Anyway,
Yeah.
I think they're trying to do things in Georgia at the moment which are not legal. Anyway, so and you have your own band, you're a tribute band, and
Yeah. I have an original band. I'm in four members. We normally regularly play quite often, but you know, I think this year we've had 2 gigs. We've had lots canceled because of COVID. I play solo and do a tribute to Joan Jett. You can probably see.
yeah. Well, I thought you were
By
looking.
the way, that is fun. Just getting up there and being Joan is just a blast.
Excellent.
And yeah, I do solo work whenever I can pick it up. And right now, if you do gigs, you have to do them outside, which is perfect. You know, I don't mind that at all. And
Yeah.
that's a great way to bring in money. But yeah, that's do gigs where people are sitting at picnic tables and things like that. So that's great.
Yep. Yeah, I was doing that last summer. Now we're in heavy lockdown at the moment. But and there's a question which I think you were chatting to people before you came on, but there's a question down here. You're interested in me and my playing piano because you know that I play.
Yeah, I always wanted to know because you say that you see a piano and then you bang away on the piano. And
Yeah.
I was thinking, you know, I know what I play when I pick up a guitar and the few things I play on piano, but I always thought, well, what do you play?
Well, this is an interesting and slightly bonkers thing. I play almost the same tune every time I jump on, and I basically do variations of this tune. I came up with it when I was 19, well, early 20s, 19, something like that. And it's a weird little riff of a chord progression, and I like it. And then I've added bits onto it, and so I tend to start with that one, and then might go off, or someone might grab me and drag me off the piano. Because I was with Judi Dench filming Victoria and Abdul, and we were shooting at a place called Osborne House, which is an old palace that was owned by Queen Victoria, and they had a piano in there which I don't think had been played, I'd say, since the late 1800s. And I jumped, it was before we started filming that day in that room, and I jumped on it and started playing, and it didn't sound brilliant. And I just think no one had quite got to me and said, you can't touch it. No one can touch anything, which is an understandable thing in museums and historic houses. And the people are very good in UK. They do try and keep things nice, but you do, sometimes things need to be played, you know, they need to be done. So I will jump on a piano, and I'm a bit weird like that. I mean, there's one in a Lowe's Hollywood Hotel where I often stay when I'm performing in LA, and they've got one piano which I was allowed to play in the corridor right at the back, down on about the median level, the second level, something like this, just past the breakfast room. And the guys who ran the hotel were very nice, said, yeah, if you want to practice, you can play on a grand piano in a corridor. So, you know, people just thinking, who is this nutbag playing in a corridor on a piano? But I love the sound of it. I just love the piano, and I just feel the chords, and I look for different combinations. But I've never really played in the band. Yeah, that's my situation. But I have done one gig on piano with Midge Ewer from Ultravox, who did the live Do They Know It's Christmas with Bob Geldof. And when they did a gig called Live 8 up at Murrayfield, which is a stadium, a rugby stadium in Edinburgh. So it's huge, about 60,000. And that was my first piano gig, was in front of 60,000, if you can believe that. That's the only one I've done.
I've seen it. It's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube.
And it's really impressive because it's raining. And it's like,
It is.
wow. Yeah, it's raining. I've seen it. I've seen it quite a few times. But
Midge was told he had to go out on this thrust stage where I was, and so it's raining on us. We had to ignore the rain. I think I'm a little slow. I think because I'm basically keeping, I didn't really think about it, but I'm keeping the tempo for it because I'm banging out the piano. And Midge, he said to me, you're really scared, you're probably going to be really worried about this. And I said, no, actually, I'm really worried about doing stand-up in front of 60,000. The piano I'm not worried about, because I love the piano. It's like a comfort blanket. I used to play myself to sleep on the piano. If you could, that's a weird thing. There was a big piano at school, and not quite to sleep, but I'd get into this place where I'd just play whatever I was thinking and find the songs or whatever track was going around in my head, and I just sort of almost go to sleep on the piano, which is really, was really comforting, but a little bit bonkers. Yeah, that's it. Music is great, though, isn't it? It's beautiful. You still with us?
Yeah,
Emily?
it's a little. It was for a second. It was a little.
Sorry,
fuzzy, but
I was just
no,
saying.
I remember reading that in your book about like the fact that it was locked, like the piano was locked.
Yes.
And when I was in college, I remember some pianos, the really good ones
Yeah.
were locked, and the ones that were out of tune, you could play, but the really good ones were always locked.
Yeah, and the one that I really loved was an old Warhorse, an unloved piano, but still had its tuning was still pretty much together, and it was in a big hall that was only used for school assembly and exams. So no one was ever in there. The door was always open, unlocked, and so I'd go in there, and often in an afternoon when there was no lessons, and I would play myself into this weird reverie with a huge hall, the echoing music, and this is where it all began. This relationship between me and pianos. Yeah, kind of crazy. So
I think that's great. I started playing guitar because my dad used to play me to sleep with guitar. Like since I was really, really little.
oh wow,
He would play Beatle tunes and things like that. Yeah, so I had that connection with my dad because of that. And then I picked it up when I was a teenager. And I'm also a really big fan of Elton John. So I would play Elton John songs on a guitar, which was weird, especially when I was in high school. People were like, why are you playing Elton John? But it taught me how to sing. It taught me how to play. I just had no fear when it came to that because I thought, Elton's doing it. I can get up there and do this kind of thing. So, which is kind of crazy, but I did.
that was great. You got a
the
great.
first song I ever learned how to play.
I was going to say you got a great voice
I
there.
learned how to play your song.
You've got a great voice.
Yeah, I mean, thank you.
That's great.
I learned how to play your song, which is the Elton John tune. It was a whole bunch of chords, so I just thought that was great. And after that, I was just hooked, and I love to perform live. So I don't know. It's definitely in my inside of you. Like my dad would play.
Yep.
Like he would take me out for things, and he would play the bar, and he would just play for like drinks or just people to clap and stuff like that. And I always loved that. So I was like, oh, I can do that. I can do that. And I've been doing it since I was 7, playing with him, like just singing along old country songs with him.
Wonderful.
So it's just in you. Like
Yeah.
I love how in the book you watched the play Boy in His Cart, is
Yep.
right? And you knew that's what you wanted to do.
Yeah.
I had experience like that where when I was a kid we all had to. There was a tornado that came through Mississippi because I'm actually from Mississippi, and everybody had to stand up and sing a song. And they all sang "Mary Had a Little Lamb" and "Jesus Loves Me," and I sang "Amarillo by Morning," which is a country song from George Strait, and they were just like, "Oh, okay, that's different." So after that, I just knew that's what I wanted to do.
Yeah. Yes, it's great. I think if you know what you want to do, life is so much easier. A lot of people go into life thinking, "What do I want to do?" But if you know, it's better.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just fills your soul. Like that's the best way to say it. That's how I feel. Especially when people sing songs back that you've written. That's amazing.
Yeah.
And I'm sure whenever you're performing, you can see people saying what you're saying.
Well,
if they've seen it a million times. I know that.
That's interesting point, because I arrange it so that the lights are pretty much in my eyes. I don't see anyone. So because even if
Wow.
because I also improvise a lot, so that they can never quite know where I'm going, and I'll do a different version, a remix, which is a bit like Led Zeppelin. Jimmy Page used to do that, and the guys in Led Zeppelin, they're constantly doing a different version each night. It's never exactly the same, and that's kind of what I do. It's always hopefully moving around in my head. I'm trying to at the moment do a best of show. I think you've got tickets for that, but I'm trying to do
I do. I have it for the 7th.
for the 7th. Well, I am attempting to remix Death Star Canteen with Darth Vader ordering penne alla arrabbiata from a canteen on the Death Star, and I used to find it every night. Every night it was different, and when it was recorded, that was just the recording we made that night. It was not the definitive one. It was just the one I did, and I find that one the hardest one to remix and to refine. But anyway, I'll keep going on it. The other pieces I can find are easier to do. But I try never to see people, because I've always thought I would see one person who's bored, who's going, oh, what's all this about? And I would fixate on that one person. So it's better if I just ignore everyone and just go off to some place in my head. And that's the trick I do. I assume everyone's liking it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's interesting, because at singing, like, you're trying to find that person. It's completely different. You're trying to, for me, I know I'm trying to find that person to connect with, which is a lot of fun as well, you know.
That is so true. You must, yes, you're singing two individuals, and I'm trying to maybe go with the audience through my brain to see where we can get to, and say, what about this thought? Have you put this together with that? And then, because I think you can become godlike in music, where you're up there and people look up to people. There's a lot of pictures of people singing, and people will reach out from the front, but in comedy, no one would ever do that. No one would ever, they wouldn't want to particularly touch you. They want to listen to, we're going to play with their minds. We're going to take their clever minds and take them to a place, and they'll be going in the audience, well, I think I know where you're going, and we'll go, I'm gone there. And they go, oh, that's nice. I didn't think of that. And that's what we're doing. We're just like a representative from the audience who's going to play, to show the speed of our minds. That's our thing. Your thing is more emotional. Yours is more heart. And ours, I think, comedy is more mind. That's where they start. Yours starts in the heart and ours starts in the mind. But they can link up. That's what I think.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. I've always considered you very rock and roll. Like, I mean, there isn't anybody, and I really love comedy, but there isn't anybody to me that does the things the way you do them. You know, the music, the way it comes on, it's just music just for your show, that kind of thing. I think that's great. You know, I like that.
Yes, that's Sarah McGuinness writes those songs, and they're tailored just to get you on stage in an emotional way. Because you'll know a lot of stand-ups you might have heard over the years. They come on and say, and here's Freddie Stevens. Please give a big, and they just say the name, you know. And it's nice to do it without words, just emotionally. And come on.
Yeah, because you know exactly whenever you hear that bam, you just say, that's great. I think I like the idea of that. That's really cool.
That is fun. Thank you for that. Well, I'll try and do an interesting one on the 7th. I mean, well, in fact, no, I'll prepare you. The 7th will be whatever it is, because I don't know. I'm very tired.
I'm just thrilled that I got a ticket. I'm just thrilled that I got a ticket. And, excited. I know that you've been talking about the Death Star Canteen. And I thought also that might be hard to rearrange too, because like everybody knows that one. Exactly. They know that one and the Cake or Death. And
it's exactly the problem. It's almost too well known that I need to remix it to find different ways of getting into. It's essentially a status fight, or a status confusion, where Darth Vader is there trying to do an ordinary thing, and the woman behind
Yeah.
the thing is saying, get a tray, and he's taking it like, well, come on then, let's put him up and fight. And she's going, what are you talking about? And he's saying he's the big guy. She's saying, I don't know who the hell you are. And it's a status
Right.
story. So I kind of need to get them with different words, and then I can refine it, and then I'll find the joy myself. Because at the moment, I know everyone knows it. Yeah.
Well, I also really like Monty Python, and I watched that. I watched quite a few documentaries, and I know, and you said in your book, and even in the documentary, you know, Live at O2, that you said to John Cleese, you know, we already know what it sounds like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I think it's brilliant that you're redoing it, because we do already know. Like my kid a couple of years ago, don't laugh, but it was Jeff Vader for Halloween. It was great.
Jeff
Vader.
Vader.
It was.
It does.
That's what he wanted to be. I was like, all right, that's great. And then the best part about that is when we got the outfit home, because I was throwing it together, because it kind of to us had to be Lego-ishy,
Yeah.
and it turned out to be a skirt. And my children and I really are really big fans. So when my son went to put on the skirt, the shorts, they turned out to be a skirt. And he goes, I'm Captain Transvestite. And I was like, I am doing something right in life.
That is,
So that was great.
that is very positive.
Sexy is probably favorite piece of stand-up. So yeah.
That is very nice. People who are listening in, Captain Transvestite was my superhero guy who would turn up and they'd say, help us, Captain Transvestite. And I'd say, I've got lipstick. He'd say, well, that's not going to bloody help, is it? I said, I'll draw a circle around the body when he's dead. That was it. It was lipstick. So,
Right.
but I could.
Well, he was 10 at the time, so I thought that's really great because it didn't faze him at all.
Yeah.
That he was walking out in a skirt. It's like Captain Transvestite. It's fine. It's like
Yeah, well, the Romans went out in skirts. The Greeks and the Scottish fought very bravely and fiercely in skirts. So we have all these terms that down the
Yes,
centuries that
absolutely.
we've changed. Yes. Oh, I get out of puff.
I know. There was one other question I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah.
I know that you're really versed in the Civil War, and I'm just curious why, like the American Civil War.
Well, that's a very good question. Why is it I know so much? Now, you probably know I wanted to be in the military, so, and I kind of run
Yes.
I worked out if I'm going to come out as being transgender back in '85 and have a career, I'd better get military on my strategy and tactics, how to take this forward and try and find my space in society. And so that's in my life. And if I look at military things, I do kind of have a natural affinity to understanding strategy and tactics. That's in military, that's in politics, in business. But when it comes to the American Civil War, it's you've got this obviously this horrendous thing that's being fought over with, you know, is it you know, keeping the Union together, or was it slavery? And if we just put that to one side, I felt you can see those individuals. I mean, Grant, I identify with U.S. Grant very closely. Determination, relentlessness, going on and on. Try this, that doesn't work. Try that doesn't work. Try this and that doesn't work. Oh, that works a bit now when you, okay, try this, that. Just keep going on. And it somehow, that one in World War II, not so much World War One, a certain amount of Napoleonic Wars, but it's Napoleonic, it's coming from more from one guy and some of his marshals. But I'm curious as to what worked, what didn't work. You know, you'll know in America, say, probably in Britain as well, people would say, oh, the French in the Second World War, what was happening there? But the French in the Napoleonic War were just going through everything. So it's not about nations. It's about motivation, it's about times, it's about people, leadership. Interesting thing, if you follow the Union side in your American Civil War, Lincoln couldn't find a general that would take the risks and accept that there had to be casualties, and you just have to go through. That's what happens in war. It's not a thing you want, but you had to do it. And Lee did that, and Grant did that, and Lee did that from the off. I mean, Lee was, you'll probably know this, I don't know if you do, Lee was offered to be in charge of the whole Union Army from the very beginning. He was offered that, but he said, no, I have to resign and go and fight for Virginia. So they already knew that he was good, and he'd stayed in the army, and Grant had dropped out. Grant had to work his way all the way up. And I don't know certain things. The Apollo missions. I know about the Apollo missions, and before that, the guys, they went into that. I'd like to know more about the Soyuz missions and the guys in Russia, because they were very brave too, but we never heard so much about them. I kind of like people who go out and get things done in a positive way. This is why Lee was on the wrong side, I'm afraid. And whichever way you get around it, slavery was an abomination, and it had to be stopped. And you know, all around the world, why did we do it in the first place? Why did we do it back in the Roman times, and it sort of went away and then came back like crazy when the New World happened? So I'm interested in human beings and how they get things right and how they get things wrong, and sometimes hold things. And you'll know the civil rights, the American Civil War was won in '65, but LBJ got through the Civil Rights Act in 1964, 99 years later, to get it so that you couldn't stop an African American person from registering and voting in all the states in the whole of the US. So we as human beings, we have our failings, we have our wonderful side, and we have our side that I consider not so wonderful, and I like to study all of it, because I don't think it changes much. Even back to Stone Age times, I think we were still having conversations like this. We weren't on Zoom, of course, we were just, sitting around a fire, but still having chat, some people being very advanced, saying we must learn from the other tribes, other people saying, no, let's kill the other tribes. This has been going on for millennia, and I want us to get to a better place in this century, 21st century, coming of age of humanity. Make humanity great again. That's my thought. There's a long answer.
Oh, that's great. No, I'm being from Mississippi. I just wanted to know, I've been to Vicksburg, I was born in Natchez, and there's a lot of history in Natchez, so I was just really curious, and I remember hearing that. Even this summer, I went out and I read with Audible, that ADD, can't really concentrate on that great, Born to Battle, and that was all these really great generals in the Civil War on both sides. It's really interesting, like you talked the other day about Vicksburg, go this way, go that way. It really was crazy how many ways it went, and then, just start them out.
Yes,
it was really cool
Vicksburg
to
campaign. Vicksburg campaign is now used by West Point, your military academy in America, in the States, as a test case, because it was about 7 or 8 months long, with one objective that Grant was trying to get, and everyone was advising him not to do it. Sherman was advising him not to do what he did, and so was Lincoln. And he said, no, I'm going to do this, and he got it done. And it's such an interesting thing, because it's not a direct attack. He had to go all around the houses to get lined up, and then it was a siege. It's fascinating. So yeah, this is me. I mean, I'm running on a treadmill in Riverside Studios by the Thames River out there, and I'm linking up with yourself in Texas, and hopefully this is my crazy roundabout plan to hopefully you and me inspiring other people around the world, say, well, Emily's doing this in Texas, and I'm doing this in London, and everyone can, men, women, LGBT people, whatever color of skin they have, they can do this. And so I think that's the way forward for humanity, and we need to show it, we need to do it, we need to struggle, strive. Yeah.
Absolutely, I agree. I wear the hat. I talk to people. I like the idea too, like a world. Like I teach my kids. I've got 3 boys, I'm a widow, raising them by myself, And I always tell them, you're the most three important boys in the world to me.
Yep.
But at no point should you be important than any other three boys in the world.
Oh, that's very nice.
And just been raising them that way, and they get it. They get it because I'll give them examples like someone in Africa, someone in Europe, someone in China. They have three boys. They're doing the same thing I'm doing,
Yeah.
and they're just as important as you guys are. And
Well,
they get it. I really believe that they get it. It's been something I've done for years.
Well, you're a wonderful soul, Emily. That's a great heart you've got.
Thank you.
And I love what you're doing. And it just shows, because there will be people in my country and they'll say, well, everyone in Texas thinks in a certain way. But as you'll know, some of the people in Texas are more think in a different way. And there's a whole load of people in Texas who think exactly like you. And that's the same in every state, in every country. And it's great to link up and tell everyone we're here.
Yes, I love how you say that we're all the same. We're all celebrate the differences and how like we are in the same way.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yes, we could celebrate the differences and celebrate the similarities. American slang, the slang words that come into America were different to our British slang. And some of them are really fun, and some I say, I'm not going with that one. And then people say, okay, the whole of Britain is now using that one. So it's, we can all, this is my thing of, can we learn from you? Can you learn from us? Say that to anyone in any country. When I was running through Eastern Cape in South Africa for Nelson Mandela, great to see people on a one-to-one level and learning these little phrases. Hi, how are you? Molo, good morning. And then seeing smiles and waves. It was just good. They probably weren't sure exactly what I was doing, but hopefully they got the impression I was being positive.
Absolutely, and I share that with my kids. And you can watch it. You can watch that one, and you used to be able to watch the one you did around the UK.
Yeah.
But when my son just went off to the Navy and he was struggling. I mean, he was struggling to make his time, and I was like, you can do this. You can absolutely do this. So I was like, remember when we were watching, and when you ran, I know it was the 2 marathons, which was the comrades race in the end, and
Yes.
the 90 kilometers. I was like, you can do this. His name is Aubrey, and I was like, you can do this, Aubrey. You can do it. And he got it in. He had failed it, and then went back through it again because he wanted to be a sailor, which he is. And then he hit it by 2 minutes less, and I was so proud. And I was like, see, you could do this. It's possible.
Beautiful, yeah.
So we were drawing strength from, remembering watching you do those things, which are amazing. Because the 2009 one, I just really enjoyed because, like, nobody knew if you could do it, but, you're so determined, and you did, and it's brilliant.
Yes, and you used to be able to watch it, we can't now. We need to be able to, talking to Sarah here, who's my event manager.
I love that one. That one's such a...
The
That was
first,
the first one that I've seen, but that one is, for me, I remember 2009, you said this wonderful thing, you said, there's a time before and there's a time after. And losing my husband the way I have, there absolutely is this time before and a time after. And I can remember even the year 2009 was a wonderful year. And then, things happened. Cancer's awful for everybody. But the time after, it's sad, but actually my children are happy. Like, we're a happy family, just building the time after,
well, that is beautiful. Yeah, I'm going to say this to Sarah. We must try and see if we can get, with all the permissions we're asking for, to be able to have on the website at least, 1, 2, and 3, those 3 films from the 2009.
Yeah, that would be great. It's a shame not to have them.
Yeah,
I'll put the
they
word
exist,
out.
so we'll put that in our chain of things to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Emily. Now, before you go, I want you to say how people can, if they want to see stuff that you're doing. So it's Emily. If they Google your name, that's probably easiest to find out. You're on Twitter and YouTube.
I'm on Twitter, yeah.
Twitter and YouTube.
Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram.
And so
if I may, the name of my band is Red Iris, and we have some pretty cool songs that are going around. So
very good.
Yeah.
Okay, Red Eyes. I wouldn't normally do this, but I really like you. I like your spirit. So let's do this. And it's Emily Emily Glazner,
Emily underscore Glazner. Yeah.
Emily underscore low.
Glazener.
Yes, Glazener, and the Z would be a Z in the UK.
Z, yes.
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 And in Canada. So us crazy people. I think maybe Australia as well. But yeah, have a look and thank you. Great to talk to you. Thank you for buying
Thank
stuff
you.
and the hats and the things because.
Oh yeah, I'm like, my mask is coming in soon. I just know it.
Yes,
and as soon as I get it, I'll upload it to Twitter and be like.
Yeah, I think you have to wear one or the other because if you do two, I think it might be overkill. But
Oh no, I won't wear both. But yeah, I thought about that. I thought that would be kind of.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think
But I do wear this one often. It's quite dirty on the top with sweat and blood.
I know it's a little tricky having to. You kind of want one clean all the time, but all the money, all the profits apart from making the thing do go to Make Humanity Great Again charities, which is the wonderful thing about those, and they're available at eddieizzard.com in the shop bit, and you can just get in there. And that's another way of donating. So thank you so much. Great to talk to you. Hi to everyone in Texas and the United States, and have a good year.
You too.
Emily, there's Emily Glazner, and yeah, that was great how she has been widowed and got 3 kids and bringing them up really positively in this 21st century. It's a wonderful thing to hear. And I know people in the UK say, Texas, surely Texas is that. And the truth is, if you think any country is X, everyone in this country, what you tend to do actually, if you look at it, you say that everyone, if you look at it casually, you'll say, well, everyone in that country believes and behaves like the leader of that country at the time. And that's not true. There's always going to be roughly about half who think completely opposite. So, or maybe a third completely opposite, and probably a third goes one way, a third goes the other way, and a third in the middle that goes like this. So, yeah. But yes, it's just very positive there. Oh, so I'll go for another break and a bit. Okay, should I have done that? Coming up to the 3rd hour. Yes, 12. I'm trying to get to 21k now, and then it feels like a downhill slope. First 3 hours, and the last 2 hours. Oh, Natalie Portelli. Oh, so Natalie's coming in at 4, so we're going to talk to Natalie Portelli, who now was originally from Malta, now lives based in New York, in the States, and I know her for a long time, doing tours. She works with Arnold Engelman, the Westbeth Entertainment there, and we'll have a chat because today we are celebrating Valletta in Malta. The flag, Maltese flag there. And I ran there on the 5th day of February last year, and the 5th day of January, I ran again. But in virtual world. I'm just looking at myself and saying, I think I'm leaning to one side, which is annoying me. Still no good with Wi-Fi?
No, we're still continuing on. I think Ian's going to do some full-on stuff later today as well. Yeah.
Do you mean we're not going to get it? I won't be able to talk all day?
I don't think we're going to get it today. I think we might have melted the internet today.
Okay. All right. If you could send that a message. Just slowing down to 5 kph for a while, for a bit of a walk. Full stop, Eddie. Go backwards, sorry, it's got a bit azo. So So delete, 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 delete. Okay, stop. Bit of a walk. Full stop, Eddie. Okay, if you can hit that. Just slowing down to 5 is good. Oh, that's nice. I don't even need to stop. Just a change in pace. What if I could do 5.5? Thanks everyone running along today. I can't quite see who everyone is. People from Germany, America, Britain. Is that Belgium? Malta, I'm with the Maltese flag. And another German flag. So, just being if you are running around and you change your gait, it works on different muscles. So it feels like a rest. I think I prefer 5 actually. Then I'll speed up to 8 for a bit. Oh. Okay, if you could load up a... Oh, are you talking?
Oh, go ahead.
Just if you could load up a back running full stop Eddie message.
Yeah, sure.
And just get it ready, and then when I go... That's great, thanks. Hang on for a sec.
It would now be a good time for some interesting facts on Malta.
Yeah, okay. Hit the button.
Hit the button. That should have gone through.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I was just looking up some bits on Malta. Natalie will be able to tell us more, I'm sure. But here we go. So, 18 interesting facts that they say we bet you didn't know about Malta. So there we are. Yeah, I don't know how much it's... Yeah, some of these I think you would know. So, Malta. The official languages of Malta are Maltese and English. Malta is the largest of the 3 islands, and it is the administrative, cultural and commercial centre.
Hang on, Malta is the largest of 3 islands that are all called Malta?
Yeah, no, because... Hang on, there is... Because there is... Because I know... You see, I thought there was only 2 islands for Malta. But maybe I've got that very wrong. Natalie will tell us.
But the main island can't be called Malta, is it? It could be called...
Oh, now you see, this is slightly confusing.
Okay, Malta is made up of 3 islands, is what...
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we can say that.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how...
And Valletta's the capital city.
Good what this website is. Yes, so the capital of Malta is Valletta, which is also a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
Ah.
It's known for its museums and palaces.
Shouldn't you be on thingy for this?
Oh yeah, shall I go on Zoom?
Yeah.
I'll go on Zoom. I've got a hat now.
Have you got a thing to put your microphone in?
Yes, I have. I thought it might go clunk when I did it, but I'll do it now.
No, but I thought it was going to be lined up in front of your thing so you could talk. See what I mean? Just leave it in front of your doodah. Leave that there all the time.
Yeah. I need a bigger table. Come on. Who was it who had the mic on the table? Was that Larry King?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I feel like Larry King. I'm doing references again, aren't I?
Larry King. His talk show. Still trying to find a space.
Say again.
Still trying to find a space for the mic stand.
Slightly, yeah. I was trying to start the video, and I'm also hearing a loop of our conversation in my ear. Oh, sure.
Just flip the headphones off.
Yeah, it's coming through the headphone.
Or flip the headphones off.
There you go.
Take
Sarah, you're currently live on camera as well.
You're on.
Thanks, Ian.
You're on camera.
I'm kind of hearing through my headphone through Zoom about a 30-second delay of our conversation. Kind of interesting.
Can you take and put it on the floor? Will it? Can you put your headphones on the floor?
No. Do you know what? I'm actually going to come off Zoom because it's not ad.
Oh, we've got to get this working.
Yeah, I just had to come off Zoom. I think I might have confused it. So it's too many microphones and things going on. I'll get that out in a minute. But I will carry on with some interesting facts about Malta. Here we go. Gladiator, Captain Phillips and Game of Thrones were filmed on the main island of Malta. Which I think, as I remember, I've been to, I think it's called Medina, the city, which is just about 30 minutes or so out of Valletta, I think. And it's this beautiful old city, and I know there was some filming for Game of Thrones there. It's amazing, there's like gas lamps and everything. And I think it's very strictly, marshalled what you can do or build there or whatever. Oh, here we go. I think this must be the third island. It says Camino is a car-free island. So I guess that's, I think it's, yeah, so there's Camino, I think there's Gozo, and then the third one, not sure. Oh yes, I think I knew this one. His Majesty King George VI awarded the George Cross to Malta in 1942 for the bravery of the Maltese people during the Second World War, and it's featured on the flag. So that's what's on the flag.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
For gallantry. You can see it right here. Is that it?
No, I'll say some more. Malta, you drive on the left-hand side of the road like you do in the UK. There are also roundabouts. That's a bit of extra info that's just added on there. It says weather is lovely. It says Malta has very mild winters and warm to hot summers. So that's better than right now here.
Right.
Gozo is considered one of the top diving destinations in the Mediterranean. Do you remember the water being... I think there's a picture that's coming up behind you of the water which just looks insanely clear.
Right.
And their time difference is +1 GMT, so they're 1 hour ahead of us currently.
Oh. Hopefully the weather is better.
Here we go. If a person is from Malta, they are called Maltese. But it says, don't get that mixed up with the Gozitans, the people from the beautiful island of Gozo. We'll have to figure out the islands.
But where do Maltesers come from?
Yeah, do you think that is where Maltesers come
I
from?
don't know. But it's 15 degrees centigrade there.
What, right now?
Yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's a little chilly, but better than
Better than here.
what we got going on. 4 degrees.
Okay, I'm going to figure out the islands of Malta. That's what I'm going to look up.
Sorry if anyone's listening in, I'm just very tired. Marathon 5. Beginning to run on empty.
Actually, you should have a quick refuel, actually.
Still got fuel going on. You can walk in front of that, sir, because the cameras are above. Need more fizzy water, please, as well. Yeah. I'm going through a chocolate one now. Can you stop for a sec? Can you put up Eddie is having a break on the feed? Ian. This is the poem Invictus by William Ernest Henley. Oh, I thought, is there no 3 p.m. Zoom? Yeah.
No, there isn't. 4 o'clock's the next one lined up. We're just going to find you at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it'll just be me with slightly dodgy Malta facts.
I can try and find some equally dodgy ones as well.
No, facts don't help me.
Oh, you need questions, really, don't
I
you?
need questions.
Okay.
It's got to be questions and answers.
Well, I was going to say, because we were just talking to Emily there from Texas, and yeah, I remember, I think you said before how you played we played every US state. And you know, I never asked you why you decided to do that.
I just thought it'd be good for reach. It's like wanting to play every country in the world. It's if you've played every state, then you have at least a psychological connection with every state in America. And any kid in America who's positive and progressive and wants to help make humanity great again, they can have a link to you and say, you know, she's saying she was from Mississippi, but I played Mississippi and I played Alabama. So if you get off your ass and you go out and you're bothered to make connections, I think other people might appreciate that and might decide to watch the comedy or watch your film or listen to some ideas you're putting forward. I think it's got to help in some way.
Yeah, I think I found it very interesting with the US, because I think I was quite naive before, you know, going over there and going to so many states, because sort of in my head I was sort of thinking, oh, okay, states are like counties in the UK, you know. But actually, I think you realise that states can be very sort of, probably more like countries in a sense, you know, like each state.
In the side sense, yes, and even in populations are all a bit different, but yeah, size-wise, they're definitely like size in countries, and you know, I think just the United States is bigger than Europe put together. It depends on which countries you put into Europe.
Yeah, I felt like, you know, each state does have a sort of strong identity. Do you feel like there is a you know, marked difference between each state, which is great, you know, but it's really interesting to experience that. And I know, like, people always say, oh, what's your favourite state or whatever, but I don't think you genuinely don't seem to have like a favourite state, or favourite country, or a favourite, you know.
Well, I don't really want to say I prefer this to that, but there are certain big cities in the world that I'd love to be in. New York, London, Paris, and Berlin have got a distinct link, or maybe it's because I've played them in very early days in New York, early days in London, early days in Paris, and Berlin.
Did you play Berlin like early on?
Well, no, but I've been through my early stages with them, like, you know, going there playing the first gigs. That was after the first French gigs, but still, it was early. God, I'm so tired today. I am so tired. I am so. Hi. Hello. Hi. I'm in the middle of running. All right. Hang on 1 sec. I'll just put it. Bear with me a second. Still there? Yeah. So there we go. This is the point of what? You would say what?
This isn't the point to put you back. This is the point. Hang on in there. Look, I'm running. Oh. Yeah, I can hear that, but I would say that Dad would have said, hang on in there. He would have been wise enough to know there's 3 more hours to go. Hopefully. Yeah. Malta, talking about Malta, yeah. I didn't know that. When Malta was nearly integrated with the United Kingdom. When was that? Ah, was that in wartime or what? 1956. All right. Oh, nice. No. Tell me the name again? No, I don't. All right. Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. No, I did not know that. Yeah, we've been, but it was a cold morning when we were. Oh, did he? I didn't know that. Or maybe I forgot that. Oh, right. Well, it's a nice occasion. Well, let's go back and play then. Don't know. But the Normans, they got that, didn't they? Oh. That'd be a crusade, wouldn't it? Be on the way down to do a crusade. 1091 is the time of the crusade. Well, I know it's after 1066 you go into stuff and crusade stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. All right. This is 5th marathon. Yeah, they're all horrible. First 10. Yeah, it just gets really rough.
he gets so tired. And the clock isn't hardly moving, which doesn't make sense. The clock is frozen, which is a bit weird. I don't know why that's happening. No, the actual countdown clock is sort of frozen. I've gone weirdly slow. I was ahead of the game and now I'm just so tired. Yeah, well, if it's working, but it's weird. It just seems to be going enormously slow. I was monitoring it very closely, and now I've lost it. Damn. What's going on? I'm gonna have to jump off and see what's going on here. It doesn't make sense to me. Could be the speed. Okay. Well, thank you for the Maltese tips. Need to know. Text Sarah about where Maltesers come from. That's what I want to know. She's just next to me. She's just over here at her work desk. The what? Yeah. Yeah, that's what's going on at the moment. Oh, won't get better for a while. Oh. Alrighty. Thank you. Alright, thank you. Just bye. I'm only 10 minutes behind. This is really annoying. This is fucking annoying. So, so no one I can talk to you for an entire hour? Is that seriously true?
I'm going to see what's being lined up.
Desperately need to talk to him. I'm struggling like crazy.
Did you say you're 10 minutes behind where you want to be?
Yeah, I was ahead. I had enough time. Enough time for breaks, and now I'm 10 minutes behind. I'm going to finish at, well, I've just sped up maybe.
Okay.
But I'm really struggling here. I'm really struggling.
Would finishing 10 minutes later be...
It's not good. I don't want to keep breaking into this break. I don't want it to happen, because if it's 10 minutes, that'll become 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yvonne's watching.
Emily, we've got lots of people commenting on from Facebook and YouTube and stuff. What I'd like to do is put a little word out to anyone watching the stream. Any questions that anybody might have, then I can always relay questions. So
that'd be good.
yeah, anyone watching, if you want to pop any questions into Eddie, either the Facebook or YouTube streaming platforms, then we'll try and read some out. here's a question. Everyone's being really fast. Thanks everyone on Facebook. So this is Sam Edwards says, how long did it take to put together the greatest live show ever, Dressed to Kill? There you go.
Well, that was really about 3 months. Playing in New York at the Westbeth Theatre on Bank Street in '98. Just played at PS 122 in New York in '97, in October of '97. So by March of '98, it's very difficult to get a new show. So what I did was I put all the older material which hadn't been done in America into a show. Started off with that and then changed it into a new show. So about 3 months of that was developing that. Then I went to, so that was the third time I played New York in 3 years, and or in 2.5 years really. And so we decided, Arnold Engelman and myself, and Arnold from Westbeth, so why don't we go play San Francisco and LA, and Robin Williams came and offered to be producer. His name above the title, which obviously gave serious weight to my appearing in San Francisco. So I played there for 4 weeks, and then put on an extra week in a really nice theatre next to where I was. I was in a cable car, and it was the theatre upstairs, which has now become a club. And as I walked through it, I used to go through it to get to my theatre, and it just looked perfect for me, about 500 seater, and that's where Dressed to Kill was filmed. Yeah, so that was about 4 months of going through this stuff and honing it, workshopping it and honing it. God, this is hard.
Well, another question this is from YouTube, I think, Lizzie Parker. This might be an opportune moment to ask this question. How do you always keep a positive outlook?
I don't know. Right now, I don't know, I'm right on the edge here. Keep trying to slow down. And I'm not quite sure.
Okay, we might move on from that question for a minute.
Well, no, it's a good question, but
It is a good
at
question.
times there is nothing that keeps me going. Just trying to stagger through it. Not in a great place yet. Just over halfway, but I should have been over halfway sometime before. Oh, can't work out where the clocks go, a bit weird.
So I've got a question here from Jerry Reefees. I'm sorry, Jerry, if I said your name wrong. So Jerry was asking, what's your favourite thing to do while travelling to new cities? As I remember you visited Happy Gillis restaurant here in Kansas City, Missouri.
Ah, well, that is the thing. I always try and run in every place I'm going to, you know, just a daily exercise thing. But before that, Rachel Downing, who is often my makeup artist in America, who's actually British but lives over there, and I think she quite likes to find good eateries, breakfast eateries, and so with most of the crew, at 8 of the crew, are usually having to build a set, get that all up, but makeup doesn't come till later. And I'll go off with her, and if there's with the trainer they come to, and we have a breakfast, because we usually arrive in a tour bus, and then you can get up, say at 10 o'clock and have a late breakfast. And she'll check all the the write-ups and the online things, Yelp and stuff like that, to find what's good in the local area. Then we just try and get a place. That's how that works. So, in running around, I get to see the interior of a town or a city. But I don't normally say, let's go and do this, let's go and do that, because I just don't have the time. Or I'm usually probably too knackered. We have to get ready to do a show anyway. So I have to keep mind and body together. But the exercise and the breakfast, the thing I like to do. Oh, I've got to slow down.
I think I remember talking about breakfast. It was 2 in the morning, I think, and we had breakfast. Was it Sheffield Services? I think when you first said to me and Karen about your plan for the UK run. I think we managed to have breakfast. Yeah, a very kind man. I think he was the only man in the whole service station, and he cooked us breakfast at 2 in the morning, I think.
Yeah, it was I think it's on the M18. It's outside Sheffield. There's a services there, and that's where I said I'm going to run around Britain. That was the first one. I'd just gone for a run around Sheffield, where I used to be at uni, and bought some new running shoes and things. I thought, let's do this. So we did it. Sorry everyone, I'm walking, I'm just so knackered.
There's a nice question here from Laurie as well. Laurie Dion Babcock. She says in February 2020 you ran 29 marathons in 29 countries in 29 days, and then the world changed seemingly overnight. You've adapted admirably by doing a similar fundraiser as last year, but in a virtual environment. What's the most important thing you've learned about yourself, etc., in the last year? I think that's in reference to the pandemic.
Well, in the summer we could perform outdoors, and as soon as that happened I started performing down in Bexhill and Eastbourne, in my twin hometowns. His granddad was born in Eastbourne and grandma was born in Bexhill, in Sidley, part of Bexhill. And that was great doing those shows. So I just liked it. People were very pleased. In the events industry, it's been really hammered all around the world. A lot of people who put the events together, do security on them, do light, sound, people who work on the health, the medical emergency side of it, all that. They were suddenly working when I was doing these gigs in Bexhill, and for a short time in a week in Eastbourne, and we did it as a joint project between Bexhill and Eastbourne, the one at the Italian Gardens. It was kind of a wonderful summer. I know this hell of COVID was going on, but the idea of putting out entertainment, people seeming to enjoy it. I wasn't getting paid, but it was raising money for other things, for charity and for Camilla's bookshop in Eastbourne that was fire damaged. It just seemed what we're doing here is slightly extended in the sense that wonderful people around the world are giving money. It goes in, it goes out to charities who work around the world. That's great, but I'm not right there. But when I was right there doing stuff and people were acting in the moment and in front of me, that was nice. I don't know what it taught me about me, but I like that. I want to keep that going. I think I have tried to do that before, but it was very visceral, very... hopefully COVID will go away, but I want to keep it all going. Yeah, it's nice seeing because I actually enjoy myself doing doing Charles Dickens in the afternoon and doing surreal stand-up in the evening. And that's so I get enjoyment out of that. I actually like doing the shows. If you do a show many times, you can lose it in it. I'm just churning this out, but I try never to do that. And then if other people like it, which hopefully they do, they're buying tickets, and then money goes to charity. It's just, you know, it's kind of like a win-win situation. It's everyone's getting something out of it. And that's good. I want to keep that going.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a me question, but just when you're saying about the Charles Dickens shows,
Yeah.
the Great Expectations show recently, I found it interesting to see how you pulled techniques you use from stand-up into doing a one-person show that's a theatrical show, which I just found quite interesting.
Yeah.
So if you can elaborate on that.
Well, it comes from Richard Pryor and Billy Connolly, two great stand-ups, and it might, with a salute to Billy, it might be slightly more Richard because of the. No, Billy did this as well. It's the multiple characters. I used to do sketch comedy and play one character, just talking to people, like a number of other people, and I managed to make that work in comedy using this Richard Pryor technique, Billy Connolly technique of, it's basically a quarter head turn. You can say, how are you today? Well, I'm fine. How are you? Well, not too well. I'm knackered. I'm running. And I think, well, why are you running like that? Well, I'm raising one, you know. So you just do the quarter head turn. Not a full 90 degrees, but a 45-degree turn. And the audience can pick up that you're two different people. And you change your voice, you get your voice right. So I've been doing that in comedy for some time. And I realised I could do that in drama as well. So I've been doing dramatic roles in films now for 25 years. Most recently, Treasure Island, Lost Christmas, the Richard series, Victoria and Abdul. A film called 6 Minutes Midnight had to come out. And it's a different thing. The bottom line of comedy is to be funny, bottom line of drama is to be truthful. But if you can do that, I've pushed to do both. I've pushed to climb both mountains separately, as opposed to be parachuted in from one, because if your profile's high enough, you can get parachuted in. But I kept it down and just hacked my way up the dramatic acting mountain. And now it's lovely to use those skills in playing 21 characters, who sometimes breeze in and breeze out of the story, but it's good. It's yeah.
And how was it that you got Mark involved in the Great Expectations show?
Been working with my brother on the languages. He's very good at languages, French, German, and Spanish. He'd be first port of call for getting things translated so we could get the English shows into those languages. But he's also a writer, so I asked him if he wanted to adapt Great Expectations, which I've already done as an audiobook. You can download that now if you wish. But it's out there in the Eastland on on iTunes, on iBooks. And that's over 20 hours of book. My brother edited it down. It had to be down to about an hour and a half. And he did it. Now you'd think, well, how can you do that? I'm not quite sure he did it, and I think he's a bit surprised. Because the David Lean film is 2 hours. And a lot of TV series are longer than that. But you have to remove certain characters. You have 21 out of 28. And I was going to do it with him, but I was touring at the time, so he charged ahead and did Act 1 and then Act 2. So I thought, all right, do it all. So that's how that happened. So yeah, he's done it all. And it seems to be working. People seem to like it. So I can do it more and more. And it was on book. I was reading from the book. And now I'm not reading on the book.
I think as well it's also really nice that you and Mark are a good team. You know, if you've got a family team going on. It's a good thing.
You know, we're 50% the same, 50% totally different. But that can work nicely. I have to ask permission to change things. I have put in some Easter eggs. Little things that, if you've read the entire book and memorized it all to over 20 hours of it, you might notice I've adjusted certain phrases occasionally, but in a Dickensian way so that they fit in. That's what I've been trying to do.
Now here's another question, slightly following on in the literary vein. Hayley Hart is asking, what is your favourite Shakespeare play?
I don't know if I've got a favourite. I know. Well, I got into Shakespeare through Macbeth, you know, which is not, I don't know if I call it my favourite, but Polanski's Macbeth. Banquo died with a double-bladed axe, and it was like an action thriller. I went, oh, that's what this is. Shakespeare did an action thriller. So that's how I got into it and realised I needed that. I needed to approach drama emotionally first. The intellectualizing of a drama leaves me rather cold, or very cold. But yeah.
Have you performed Shakespeare? I don't know that actually.
Did the Comedy of Errors? You've seen that picture on the screen.
Oh, yes, yeah.
So Midsummer Night's Dream. Quince. Is that it? I did Caesar. Played Trebonius, who didn't get any of the action on Caesar. Those are the three.
Was it Trebonius? Is that when Caesar's murdered and all the... Yeah, okay.
C4. Trebonius knows his Mark, for he leads Mark Antony away, so that Mark Antony won't be there when we get to Caesar. But also Trebonius won't be there when we do the dress rehearsal photo shoot with the daggers. I think there's a kick of Philip Chandler, who was one of the conspirators, and they all were there with plastic daggers with syringes of blood sellotaped to the back of the plastic dagger. And in the photograph, his syringe was facing the camera. So not good.
So yeah, so they all got daggers with syringes and you didn't get one.
I didn't get a dagger, I didn't get a syringe. Facing the camera, not facing the camera, wasn't in the photograph. You know, you just wanted to be in somewhere of action, somewhere meaty in the play. No, nothing. Well, Trebonius is quite interesting. He was at the Battle of Alesia with Caesar. He was in charge of cavalry, or a captain in cavalry. So he was there from very early. Well, from what would that be, called, at least 5-8 years before. So he'd fought with Caesar, side by side with Caesar, and he was one of the conspirators. When you say conspirators, he was one of the guys who decided that Caesar was a fascist nutbag, as he was, and a mass murderer as well. Killed many Gaulish people for his own aggrandizement. Happily, he was a big anti-sociopath. We talk about sociopaths, but it sounds like they're incredibly social. I think anti-sociopath should be the word. Oh.
Yeah, that feels a bit like the whole thing about populist as well. It makes it sound like people are popular.
Journalists out there, if you're using the word populist, try using the word simplistic. A simplistic politician as opposed to a populist, because populist implies they're popular, but they generally tend to have a minority vote, which by definition implies unpopular, or least popular. The unpopulists, it's fine, but it sort of plays into their hands.
Oh wait, did you say the Battle of Alesia?
Yep.
Oh, that's the
Chicken Caesar salad.
yeah, chicken Caesar salad.
Yep, Trebonius was there. Oh God. We can't do this again. We gotta have. We've got all our friends we could have brought in. I could have told you. It's having an hour spare, especially in around 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These are going to be so tough.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have Natalie with us fairly soon, and I reckon Natalie will tell me all the facts about Malta that I got wrong. I've got another question here, which is a nice question. This is Babs Bree, who's asking, what classic stage role would you love to play and have never had the chance?
I don't look at it that way. I would not. I don't feel it's useful. It's a line-up roles I'd like to play and have another chance, because you could go through life and then not play that one, and I don't want. I refuse to have regret going through my veins. So I'm afraid I don't look like. But Richard III, I'd like to play. Having said all that I've just said, but I'm not going to regret if I don't get that. Yeah, Richard III. If you can do the second scene in Richard III, it's all about that, really. Oh, damn it. This is hard.
And Eddie, I think we have someone from Malta who we might be able to get on Zoom at the moment, who's calling in from Malta. So
Right there?
Say again?
Right now?
Yeah, I think we're just lining that up.
Yeah, a couple of minutes and we'll have a fan from Malta on the line.
Okay. Oh. I think I need some of the carbohydrate stuff.
No problem.
Keep me posted, Ian, otherwise I don't know what's happening.
Yep, we've just got Miranda joined in, so she'll be getting the guests ready to go in the next couple of minutes. As soon as we have them ready to go, we'll let you know.
So what, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes?
I can't, within the next 5 minutes.
Okay. I gotta have another break.
Okay. We'll try and get them lined up by the time we come back.
Oh, God. This is killing me.
I will have penne alla arrabbiata. Yeah, well, you want to try? Do you know who I am? All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. I will have penne alla arrabbiata. He goes, yeah, well, you want a tray? Do you know who I am?
All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
Mike's live. Just to keep you updated, Eddie, we have the guest standing by. We're just waiting for them to join the Zoom call, and as soon as we've got them on the Zoom call, we'll put it through to you.
Have we still not got them?
No, we're just working out some technical difficulties at their end.
Okay.
Once we have them, we'll get them live. Hi Eddie, we have Helen here who's a fan on Zoom.
Hi there. Hi, Helen.
Hi, Eddie.
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hi.
Very good. Hi. Hi, welcome. Are you in?
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm not doing well. I'm not doing great today. I'm struggling.
Oh, I'll have to close here because I'm hearing an echo. So give me 1 second because I've got you on various things. Yeah, Canada is kind of an echo. I'm very sorry.
Don't worry, if you're watching on the loop, you've got to close the sound off for that.
Yeah, I'm closing Twitter and your website. Yeah, I'm here in Malta and I've been watching you. I ran with you for the first hour and then ran, staggered and then stopped.
What's your last name?
Helen Andrews.
Helen Andrews. Well, thank you, Helen Andrews. Thank you for being out there and with me.
It's an absolute pleasure. I just thought I'd say hi.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
I've been for a long, long time.
You might have heard me talking, but if I'm talking to someone, it's a lifesaver.
I know. That's why I emailed and I just said, well, look, I'm nobody famous, I'm nobody special, but I can chat.
But you're real. You're a real person, you see.
I'm real.
So there's the real people, and then there's these celebrity, weirdo profile people that I might be in that group of. But the real people is what the world is all about. So thank you. I like talking to people.
You're a very, very real person, and you're such an inspiration to so many people. You really are. I mean, just like, if anybody knows me, will say Helen did an hour of running because exercise isn't my thing, but I just wanted to do, and I know it's stupid because I wasn't helping you in any way, but I just thought, no, I want to do this. I want to really help Eddie.
Well,
so
thank
I
you.
donated, my family donated, got the hat and whatever. But,
excellent. Beautiful hats. Yes, thank you.
They're great hats.
Everyone, if you're watching this, you probably know how to donate, but you could now donate in euros as well, which would be the currency in Malta.
It's brilliant. What you can do in the UK though is you can gift date it. So I actually said to my mum, I said, if you donate for me, and then my dad can gift date it. So
that is a clever thing. You're boxing very clever there. So are you in Valletta?
No, I'm in Marsa Scala, which is kind of a bit south of Valletta. It's about a 20-minute ride by car.
How many islands make up Malta?
There's 3 main islands. It's the Maltese Islands. So Malta is the biggest, and that's where Valletta is. And then you have Gozo, you have the Gozatans from Gozo, and then there's Comino, that's the smallest.
Right, got you. So for us, or for someone outside Malta, a little confusing because one of the islands of Malta is Malta.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, the Maltese Islands, yes, exactly, yes.
That's what Sarah read out to me, and I thought, no, that can't be. You can't have the same island. Unless you can. So, and on this day, 11 months ago, I ran in Valletta, and it was chilly. I started at dawn, so no light, running with street lamps, and it was blowing.
It was a horrible day. I remember it was a horrible, horrible day. I felt so sorry.
I struggled on that. Unfortunately, I'm struggling in a virtual one today, but I think the 5th one, it's understandable. I've said the first 10 are rough as all hell, but it just, people talk about the wall, hitting the wall, which I think is entirely psychological, and I'm not hitting a wall, but I know the wall is just the body saying, the brain saying, I don't want to play this game anymore. I want to watch telly, I want to go to bed, I want to lie in a bath, and I link this all back to when I came out back in 85, 83? Well, how old did I go? 85, 35 years ago. Yeah, when I came out, it was such a tough thing to do. And so I just got to keep going. And I'll be a little bit miserable, but talking to someone like yourself makes it so much easier. So that's brilliant. So tell the world about yourself, your link to the world.
I'm really special. I'm a music teacher. I teach in Malta. I teach in a primary school. And actually, I've just got to say, I've been so proud of my students this term because with all of the different protocols that have been introduced in the school because of COVID,
I was really worried about how they were going to cope. Because it just, when I was reading through the protocols over the summer, I thought, yeah, these make sense. However, school's going to become a very sterile environment, and how are they going to deal with it? They've been absolutely brilliant, and they haven't complained once. They wear masks all day for 6 hours, except for when they're eating or if they're running about in the yard. They have to sit 1.5 meters away from their friends. They couldn't have a Christmas party. They couldn't have a Christmas concert. They've still been their cheerful, lovely selves, and it's been so inspirational. I actually feel safer going to work than I do going to the supermarket, because you get some adults who, don't wear their mask properly or complain or whatever, but they've been wonderful. And we love it. This school, there's predominantly Maltese children, but there are a lot of international students here as well. So we've got students from all over, Italy, Hungary, Greece, and so before Christmas, actually my job has changed. I'm a music teacher, but because of COVID and they had to make classes smaller, they suddenly needed a lot more teachers. So caretaker teachers like me were asked to either take on a whole class or to act as a substitute teacher. So that's what I've been doing. The teacher's sick or, as a hospital appointment or something. So I go from class to class with different students in this one particular school. And before Christmas they were telling us about the different traditions they have in their country for Christmas, and it's just such a lovely feeling that there are so many different backgrounds, so many different students, but together they make up one family, one sort of school, and it's really lovely.
Beautiful. And what ages are your kids?
I'm in primary, so it's year 1 to year 6, so 4.5 to 5 years up to 10, 11.
Right. Wow.
They're great. I mean,
sorry, carry on. No, carry on.
Well, I was just going to say, you sort of go into teaching and you hope you inspire your students, but you end up being inspired by them. So it's really great.
That is very nice. And they are at the age where it's going to probably be the first thing they remember of their lives. That first years at school and COVID happened. Wow, crazy.
Yeah. They've taken to it so well. They've really been great. And in fact, I wasn't feeling really particularly, I love Christmas usually, but I wasn't feeling very Christmassy, not being able to go back to England to my family, and, I haven't been going to church. I normally go to church every Sunday. I haven't been since March. But the school, they decided, because we couldn't decorate, because we couldn't have Christmas concert and all this, they had a theme week, so every day the kids would dress up, and the staff. So they had Santa Day, Elf Day, Reindeer Day, and whatever. And the kids really got into it, and I just, from that week, I thought, no, this is still Christmas. Christmas is still here, and it's with them, and they were still excited that Santa was coming, and there's kind of jokes like, yeah, but Santa, he's older, he's in an at-risk group, and they no, it's fine, and he'll still be coming, And it was, I got a lot of positive energy from them, so.
That's wonderful. And you have, do you come from Malta, or do you have a link with Britain and Malta? Or how's
yeah, I'm originally from the UK.
Right.
My family back there. My husband is Maltese. So
Right,
I moved
gotcha.
over here, and now I've got Maltese citizenship as well, because I've been here for so long.
Excellent.
So I'm very lucky to still have a European passport as well.
Yeah. Well, I'm still a proud European, and
Yes,
I have a mental European passport no matter what happens. So don't worry, it is inevitable that we will reclaim our continent. And I was gonna. Do you know where Maltesers come from? The actual UK sweet.
Maltesers, as in the chocolate?
Yeah.
I don't think they're from here. I think they're Mars, which is that an American company, or?
I'm not sure yet. I think it might be. Or it could be Cadbury.
I remember getting called Malteser because my nan is from, I should have said, my nan was born in Valletta. She grew up in Floriana. So yeah, back to running Valletta and back to her talking, my nan would be thrilled with that.
Okay, so that means that you've got, even though you're married to a Maltese person,
I have Maltese blood as well.
You have Maltese lineage as well, yet?
I'm on a bit of everything, because it's Maltese, Italian, Welsh, Irish, and English. Mostly English.
That means you're a human being, a citizen of the world.
Yes.
And the truth is once we do if we could immediately do the genomes of every human being on the planet, everyone would have those lists, wouldn't they? There'd be Viking,
exactly,
be Saxon, there'd be rowing, there'd be this, there'd be that. And
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
it's all this stuff about separation. And I just hate it because it's not based on truth. The truth is we
No.
come from everywhere, and we were 20,000 people 200,000 years ago. So anyway, that is a
No.
beautiful thing. And so the weather's okay today where you are, yeah? It's not too bad?
Today, yeah, it's nice and sunny. It's quite chilly. You've just got the AC on.
Right.
And that's the thing. When I moved here, I knew it would be hot in the summer. I knew I was prepared for that, but I wasn't prepared for how cold the winters could be. Because it can either be really nice, or as you unfortunately experienced, it can be really, really horrible. And it's so damp and humid here. The cold just gets into your bones. And in fact, usually during the winter time, in some of the schools where I teach with my coat and hat and scarf on in the classroom.
Oh, wow.
It's that cold.
Does it get very blowy in Malta or Valletta in particular? Because I found it windy down the street, but I just wonder whether an island makes it more windy.
It can be very windy, and Valletta, when it was built in a grid pattern as well. It was, for its time, it was very modern. It was built in a grid pattern, so you would have like air conditioning if you want. So yeah, when it's blowy, it really, yeah. I think they call it, my Maltese is terrible, I think it's regal, when the wind's coming in from Valletta and it's hitting that way.
Well, I found that there was one street where it was not so tough, and I just ran that street about 200 or 300 meters up and down. And if you went on the side streets, of course, the wind was kicking it down there. Oh.
Yeah, when it's horrible here, it really is horrible. So I would have loved to come to see you after finishing work. I was really sick, I had pneumonia, so it wasn't a great time of year, but I would have loved to come to you.
Oh, I see.
The fact that I'm actually speaking to you now, my brain just can't take it in.
Don't worry. It's all good. It's all positive. Thank you so much for being there, because now I'm talking to you, I know that down here, from the waist downwards, the receptors going to my brain are saying, not good. But if I put myself into you, where you are and in Valletta, and I think, yes, I remember that I was doing that, and I just get out of myself, and I stop worrying so much, or stop feeling the tired, the fatigue. I think it's fatigue so much.
Yeah.
I've got 2 more hours of this.
I know it's not the same as running a marathon, but when I've been hearing you, because I've been watching you all day, and you've really inspired me, because I won't go into a lot of detail, but I've got a chronic illness, and that can cause a lot of pain, a lot of physical pain. And sometimes I just want to crumple up into a ball and just give up. So the fact that even you were saying, it's true, if you can get into, this is why music, I love the fact that music's my thing.
Yep.
If I can sort of get into a song or an album, and it takes you almost out of body.
Yes.
Like you said, you're in pain from here down, but your brain is somewhere else.
Yes.
And just seeing you struggling the way you are to keep going, it's such an inspiration. I've been on Twitter and Facebook, and everyone's saying you're amazing, and you really are.
Well,
it's incredible what you're doing, and the fact that you're trying to raise money for all these different charities, you're trying to get everything, and you are bringing people together. There are people from all over the world watching.
That's the beautiful thing.
Talking.
That's what we tried to do before, and we were going out on social media, but here I can talk to people like your good self. And what are we, so a couple of 1,000 miles away, 1,000 miles away, something?
Yeah, it's almost 2,000 kilometers, so 1,000 something miles, yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And like I said, Twitter and Facebook, there's loads of those people commenting from all over the world, and it's wonderful. So it is nice.
Sorry, carry on.
No, please carry on.
I was going to say, just you're in Malta, in Valletta in Malta, or not in Valletta, but near. You're in Malta.
Yeah.
And what is the name of your city again? Or your town?
Massascala.
Massascala.
In Maltese would be with a line.
Okay.
Massascala.
Well, and then we were talking earlier to a woman from in Texas.
Yeah.
In the States, and that's great.
Really nice.
It's just crazy that we can do this and zip about.
Yeah. And that was like Christmas Day. I had the laptop set up with the TV, and my brother in the UK set up a laptop in my parents' house. And because my brother's, for COVID, they've been living with my parents. And my sister lives just around the corner, and she's just had a baby. He's 6 months and he's absolutely gorgeous, little Marco. And because he's under one, my mum is sort of part of the bubble, the support bubble. So they were all able to go to my mum's for Christmas Day, and then I was able to chat with them. And it was almost like being at home, because I was sat on my sofa here, they were sat on their sofa there, and we were just chatting, and you know, my dad did his usual Christmas quiz, and I took part in that, so I didn't seem so far. And this is the nice thing about technology. There are so many positive things we could be doing with technology.
Yeah,
and then with the shutdown as well, we were able to continue with lessons, which aren't as good as being face-to-face with students, but at least it didn't stop completely, so
yeah.
there are positives.
And if you're a separated family, you can also watch, I think now on Netflix, and I think probably others are doing that, you can, if you're in the same, you can add people on in your family circle, and you can switch on a film, and everyone watch it in different places around the world. Yeah, at the same time. That's fun. So,
can I quickly ask you just about the piano, because I'm dying to know. I mean, have you got any plans for sort of any more collaborations? Because I saw you years ago. Was it Live 8? You said?
Yeah, Live 8. That Live 8 was my beautiful first gig. 60,000 people, mid-year, Ultravox. A track that a big section of that track was shot at Covent Garden, which is why I lost all my confidence and rebuilt it as a street performer. So it's a lovely circle, and yeah, so playing with Mid-Year there was a beautiful situation in the rain, but that was my crazy first gig. So I don't think I want to put the piano. I feel I could make some songs, but I'll probably put them into films. That's what I'll probably do. I'll probably put them into films that I make. That's where they'll probably go. Clint Eastwood did the same thing as that. So that's probably how I do it, rather than playing live. Actually, I could do a musical. I was also thinking Chicago. There's the male role in Chicago. It's great, got very strong women roles, and then one token male in there, which is great. But they had lots of different stars going and playing that in Chicago, which I'm sure is still touring somewhere. So I'd quite like to play that role, because my mum was a singer, and I think there's a voice in here which comes out when I'm doing improv, interestingly, group improv. Comedy store players in London, very good, very strong teams, and sometimes, I don't know if you've ever seen comedy improv, but you can, in the middle of any scene in improv, you can suddenly break into a song and start singing. And one or two times, well, a few times when I've done that, I can hear the voice and it's pretty good. And then sometimes, if I get conscious of it, it gets bad. But anyway,
that's the trick, isn't it? Yeah, because as soon as if you're conscious of what you're doing when you're singing, your voice just closes up.
Yeah.
And you have to kind of not. I remember Morton Harkett rehearsing. You can't be afraid of making a terrible sound, because then psychologically you can't. You physically can't sing. So you have to kind of just trust that your voice is going to get there.
Yes.
And because you've done a lot of work, obviously, you're an actor as well. So, I mean, I imagine you've had a lot of voice training and done. My brother's an actor, and he does like vocal work as well as the acting and the movement classes. There's voice work. So, I imagine you must have a great voice.
Well, I'm a lazy. I'm hugely driven but very lazy, and so I didn't go to.
You're on your fifth marathon. It's hard to believe you're lazy.
Yeah, but I'm hugely driven. You see, I'm like, I say this like an oil tanker, like one of these cargo ships. You get it going, you can't stop me. If you stop me, you can't get me going. I just don't want to get going. And I did accounting and financial management. I didn't do drama training, so I never did all that vocal training. And then stand-up street performing, we just shout, and then stand-up, we use the microphone. So, and then film work, it's more about your actual voice rather than pushing it too much. But I think there is a voice in there. There is a latent, there is a raw, an edge of raw talent that should have, because Mum, she sang in choirs, she did amateur dramatics,
She loved that.
Oh, wow.
I don't remember what her voice sounded like. She died when I was 6, but I think there is a voice in there, because I know I have a sense of music, and I love the piano. I love playing it. And so I was
Yeah,
talking
when I saw you, I remember seeing it live. I was thinking,
Oh, yeah,
what's the Izzard?
yeah.
So,
But I play a very simple piano, but it's inspired from Elton John's style of piano. He's more, brilliant and articulate than I am, but it seemed very grabbable, the piano that he played. And I think Rick Wakeman, beautiful piano that he was playing, especially when he was playing with Bowie. So yes, I do love the, and I've played on the piano at Abbey Road.
really?
The one that John Lennon played on, or Paul McCartney played on.
Oh, she's lucky.
I've played on that. There's 2 in there, and I was rehearsing. I was rehearsing for Victorian Outdoor with Judi Dench, and I constantly with Judy, I was like, look, I'm hammering away on tunes, and she was very supportive. She was very nice.
She's been so lovely.
Yeah, she's a great woman. There are certain people in the world, and how they seem is how they are, and how they are. And I think the key to Judy is she wanted to be a graphic artist, and then changed. So, yeah, she was not planning to be an actor. And I think her brother was an actor, and then she was drawn towards it, and then she went for it. And I think she's got this natural quality. She can channel that. She can channel the young girl in herself. She's very young in her head, and wants to stay vital and working all the way through. So I've just done a film with her, second film with her, 6 Minutes to Midnight, and she's great in that. Wonderful. That will be out. It's been delayed because of COVID, but it will come out. So, yes. Well, wonderful. Thank you very much for coming and talk to me.
It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been a dream of mine to one day meet you, just at least to say hi. I'm such a fan. I love what you do and what you're trying to do for humanity, trying to bring people together, and the charities you support. So this has been a dream come true. I'm actually shaking because I can't quite believe it. If you would like singing lessons, I'm a singing teacher. I used to teach an adult education class. So by all means, I mean, don't feel pressured or anything, but if you would like your singing lessons once you're done with all of your marathons and you've had a good rest, then by all means.
I will bear in mind. The way it works with me is I need a deadline. I need them to say, right, you're hired for this singing job. And I'll say, give me 6 months and I'll get it. I think I need a 6-month running, so I need the deadline first, and then I'll go for the lessons. Well, thank you so much. Have a good day.
No, thank you.
In Malta.
Too. Take care.
Take care. Ciao. Be safe.
I'm cheering you on.
Okay. I'm going for another break here to go to the loo now. Is Natalie?
I will have penne alla arrabbiata.
Yeah, well, you want a tray?
Do you know who I am?
All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
Is Natalie on?
Yes, I'm going to put you through now.
Hi, Eddie.
Hi there.
How are you? How's it going?
Oh, it's tough. It's tough.
I'm sure it is. Do you feel that it's tougher on the treadmill than if you were running, doing the marathon outdoors?
Yeah, there's no change. I mean, the talking is great. The talking is the change. Talking to yourself. And for people listening outside, this is Natalie Portelli, who you're part of a promotion team working with Arnold Engelman, Westbeth Entertainment, and we tour the whole of America with your good selves, don't we? And you are born and bred in Malta?
Actually, bred in Malta, but born in New York.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, both my parents are Maltese, but my father immigrated to New York. So then met my mother in Malta, came to New York, had me and my brother, and then moved back. So I was.
So you're always a New York kid as well as being a Malta kid. You're in New York, always a New York kid. You always coming back.
Well, no. Once because I went there so young, I grew up more Maltese than American. And then I guess once I was a teenager, that changed a little. You know, I had friends that were the same, like coming from the same background as me. Their parents had immigrated to Canada and even London and New York, and we had that something common. So then we all, we grew up then in that little group. But and then anyway, and then I moved back here about 12 years ago.
Right.
But in my heart, I feel like I'm Maltese.
Oh, right. Oh, that's interesting. And you obviously have dual citizenship, yeah?
Yeah, I do. And I'm from, I'm not from the island of Malta. I'm from the island of Gozo.
Gozo. Which I think was used in Ghostbusters as a name of some spiritual people from outer space who were, I don't know if you've ever watched the original Ghostbusters.
I have, but I've never noticed that.
They could have been talking about Goza, but they talked about Gozo. And I heard it mentioned just before Helen, who's living in Malta, and she mentioned the name of the island. I was hearing the name of the second island, one of the three islands. Yeah. And I just thought, haven't I heard of that before? But anyway, you'll have to, next time you see the original Ghostbusters, just see if I'm making that up, but maybe that's crazy. They might have been inspired by that.
Okay, good. Yeah, and when you ran, it was Valletta, right? You just go in.
Yes, Valletta, and I found one street. I need to find out which street it is. Can you work out which street it is, Sarah? You could track it.
Yeah, no, I'm totally tracking it. Hey, Nat.
Hi, Sarah.
You're right.
Now, Ian, can we bring Sarah onto the screen?
I was just talking to you now. I think Natalie is pinned to the screen. So
Right.
I don't think you can then see me as well. So I can talk, but then it's nice just to have Natalie on the screen.
Can't we have that thing that whoever's talking comes up front? Ian, hang on a sec. Ian, can we talk to you? Ian,
hello.
talk.
Because Sarah's using the microphone, it doesn't quite work as easily as that. But I can use that other camera on Sarah so we can see all three of you.
Okay, well, let's do that.
Camera one.
Okay, give me 2 seconds, I'll set that up.
Not perfect, but there we go. And you've got to cut it. You've got to cut in on me, Ian, so that not the full size one like that. Remember that second shot that we worked out? Yes, just boobs at the top of head. So we're going to see Sarah come up in a second. What was I going to say? So yes, now your job is to ask me any questions you want, so that
so it's on me.
Yeah, I should really be asking you, and I will ask you questions, and they'll come to me. But I'm so tired that I need to get out of my head.
Oh, there's Sarah. Hi, Sarah.
Hello.
So I know you were only there for like a day and a half. What did you think of Malta?
Well, what did you think, Sarah? Well, I'll tell you what. For me. Sarah, you find the street, or have I taken you off that track?
Oh, yeah, no, I will as we talk. I will do both
Well,
things.
it's literally, we literally ran around Valletta, me and Tim, my physio, at dawn, on a cold day, on a windy day, looking for someone with no wind.
This is the thing. And so I went all around, then I got into the main sort of streets, those wonderful, feel like medieval streets with churches and things. And I think what was interesting is if you take it, 200 meters, say it's about 200 meters, about 200 yards worth of running up and down. Certain people watched me do that for 7 hours with the look on their face of, what is this transgender person doing? What on earth?
Were they sitting in cafes with coffee?
No, it was too cold for sitting coffee. Some of them were there were guys standing in front of a municipal building. I think it was a governmental building. It could have been an embassy, but anyway, I went past it so many times, and they just did this with their heads, and they just watched it every time I came by, which was so many times because it wasn't a big bit of road. And I tried to find different routes, but they were too cold. And my running gait, I probably look like I'm slightly off center. That looks like correct, but I tend to be running like this, which is favoring my left shoulder. But so that's me staggering through, just trying to get everything done.
So I think I've got the name of the street.
Yeah.
Now I'm probably going to murder this name now, but you'll correct me. I've got, and this is just from a picture. So this is, how your phone tells you where things are.
Oh, yeah.
Trick. So it's TRIQ. How would I say that?
Trick.
Trick il Mercanti.
Mercanti. Merchant Street.
Merchant Street,
okay.
Merchant Street,
and Trick means street, yeah?
So on your phone, it's showing you in Maltese.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it is. Yeah. So it's like, when you take a picture and then it'll show you, like, if you flip down, it shows you places. That's the name it's giving me. Yeah. Yeah. So that was the street. That I think Eddie, you went up and down a lot of times.
Many times.
It's one of the main streets over there. I used to go to Valletta. It was, for us being on the other island, it was always, growing up when I was younger, it was always a treat to go to Valletta because that's where the shops were, and it's like my parents, or my mother mainly, would take me there. We used to go shopping there as a treat. So there's always the sentimental memories there in Valletta, and every time I visit, I try to go to Valletta because I really do feel that it's just a beautiful city.
Well, we
went there.
Us three need to be back there together at some point because I have to play there. You need to set that up, and then you can be there and we can be there, and then on a warm day, spring, maybe summer's too hot probably, or autumn, spring or autumn.
Spring or autumn.
Not a windy day.
Up until
not a windy day.
Yeah.
July and August are very hot, but I would love that. I would love that, and then make sure you have at least 2 or 3 days off, and we'll go to the sister islands where I'm from.
Yes, indeed. Yes, as Sarah's saying, not a windy day. We will go on not a windy day. Don't know quite how we arrange that. But
Natalie can do that. You can do magic. You can do magic. That's your MO. That's
Once COVID is it's in a better. I mean, once we get back to some sort of normalcy. So, yeah.
It's so beautiful. I remember because Physio Tim was with us as well. And Tim just sort of fell in love with Malta as well. He just said, "Oh my lord, I have to come back here with the family. This is just, it's beautiful, So.
I think I could have fallen in love, but I think I was stuck in my own private hell."
And right after the marathon, I know the next day, did you all flew back?
We flew to.
Same day, yeah.
Yeah, we flew to Cyprus.
Cyprus, yeah. We had to connect in Istanbul.
So you didn't really have much time.
Well, that's the thing of these things. You never have any time to celebrate anything. The celebration for me and Sarah, after this, it's good. When this finishes, it's good. 2 hours time, an hour and a half maybe, an hour and 40 minutes, and then that's good. Like going, if this is up at the if joy is 10 and not joy is 0, I'm down about 2 at the moment. When this finishes, it jumps to 6, and then once the gig is finished, it jumps to 8, and then when you're eating food, it's about 9 out of 10.
Wow.
It's just food, and you know that you haven't got anything to do in the next hour or the hour after that, and the sleeping gonna come, and we can watch some stuff on streaming telly or whatever. Just chill. Oh, so I have to focus on that.
Sorry?
I have to focus on that like a crazy thing.
Yeah. Now, how much time do you have between ending the marathon and your gig?
1 hour.
1 hour. And
at most. And tonight.
And what would you normally do? Would you stretch, or?
No.
Or...
Well, just. Yeah, it'd be nice to stretch a bit, but I end up stretching up, but then you end up just seizing up. Just got to get yourself changed your clothes a bit, sort your makeup out, and get in front of the stage. But I've got an hour and 40 to go, but there's only an hour and 25 until 6, so I'm going to be 15 minutes late today, which is even later than yesterday. So, and that's if I don't do any break from now on. Oh, so it's just not, well, it has to be tough, otherwise I can't encourage people around the world to donate, which they are doing by hitting the donate button. And you are in New York, and there's people from America, from the States who are watching. You can pay in dollars now, which is always kind of a nicer thing. US dollars, I should mention, and euros and pounds. And it's just handy in your own thing, because I know exactly how much I want to give, and that works very nicely.
That's great.
What's it like in New York at the moment?
I tend to stay indoors.
Yeah.
But right now the numbers are going up, so they haven't announced anything if there's any closures or anything. But I know indoor dining, that's not allowed. There's outdoor dining, is allowed, but it's cold. It's gotten cold, so we'll see. I think they're taking it day by day to see what the numbers are looking like. And then I think most of us are waiting until January 20th as well, and then we'll see how things are from then on.
On January 20th, President Joe Biden will,
exactly,
and Vice President Kamala Harris.
Yes.
Now, it's Kamala. Am I pronouncing her first name right? Kamala.
Yes, Kamala.
Because I tended to go Kamala, and I think, no, I don't think that's quite right. It's Kamala Harris. Well, that's great, and she's her mother's South Asian, her dad African American.
Yeah.
Wonderful situation, and she's a woman, and that's a beautiful thing to inspire people, women around the world, people from Asia around the world. I was born in Asia, and African Americans around the world, or any black people around the world, or anyone, whatever your skin color, it's great. It's just a new time is coming, and we can start heading in a positive direction to try and make humanity great again. Yes,
that's it.
And how has the feeling been in New York? I know your governor. I've seen him talk a lot, and he seems to be very positive. The governor of New York State.
He is. I mean, because New York was hit first, I think it did a great job with bringing the numbers back down.
Yep.
I think there's some sort of a fatigue, as well. So people are out a little bit more. But I do think that he's done a good job from a couple of weeks in when it all started, when it just hit us first. They realized and started just putting regulations in that were needed in order to slow it down.
This is Governor Cuomo, yeah?
Cuomo, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen him speak, and the thing that we want now from our leaders is not the simplistic ideas of, do this, or maybe disinfectant will work, but common sense, safety, logic.
Exactly, yeah.
Positive inclusion, live and let live, help people. And he talks the talk, and he does the actions as well. So it's great. He's very inspirational out to the world.
Yeah.
So salute to him and everyone in New York. and everyone anywhere who's trying to make things right. I love it. I keep saying this thing. There are probably more vaccines out there now, but I know the first two of the three people headed the teams, two were women. 2 out of 3 were women inventing the vaccines, of the Oxford one and the Pfizer one, and they were Turkish-German, a couple. So I think that's beautiful, and the fact that they're Turkish as well as German and they immigrated in, these are the things I grab hold of and want to sing out about, because young people are growing up, and the positive normalization of these good things, I think, is great. Negative normalization, where lying is used as a tool of politics, that negative normalization is really bad. We have to stop that and make that actually say, no, this is a wrong thing, this is a crime. You can't just go and lie and say, just lie and lie and lie, as some people have done in recent memory. But yeah, and the people in New York, they're generally okay. Are they a bit pissed off that COVID just is on and on? Because I suppose New York, you've got so much energy there in New York normally, and everyone feels a bit strapped down.
Yes, I think that's something that's all around as well, you know. But they are, you know, when I go outside, if I'm walking in the streets, going for a walk or anything, and in stores, everybody has masks on. So you'll only find like the odd person here and there that doesn't. But mostly, yeah, they've kind of stuck to mask wearing and.
And do your guys have to wear masks in the street as well? Because we also generally.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. I mean, you only find a couple here and there that don't have the mask, but it's basically wherever you can social distance, you should wear a mask. And you know, it's there's a lot of people in New York, right? So if you're on the street walking, you are going to, you know, go past multiple people. So it's people in the streets with masks, kids in schools with masks. They're testing kids in schools a certain percentage. I'm not sure what the percentage is. So, you know, high schools and middle schools at the moment are closed. Elementary schools are open, but that changes, you know, from week to week, it seems. So they're just, you know, trying to find ways to roll out the vaccine. Yeah. You know, and vaccinate more people. So hopefully by summer. And you has gone into a lockdown, right? I saw that Scotland went into a lockdown.
Yes, I think, are we officially in lockdown? I think.
Yes, I think from today we went into
I think
a lockdown
Boris Johnson's
again.
trying to say it's not actually officially locked. I don't know. Anyway, we've been locked down since we started this. We're just in a tight. There's only me and Sarah. We have no masks on because we're in a work bubble and we just stay in this. And that's how we work. And we don't meet anyone face to face. Things are left at doors, deliveries, all that kind of thing. You must have that going on.
Good. Yeah, of course.
That's how we get through it.
How long did you train for this, Eddie, before you started?
Well, when I went to South Africa, I trained for 1 day.
Yes.
Which is a bit. I just was so under pressure. I was doing a show, so I'm mentioning that because this one is better. But South Africa 2016, I did 1 half marathon, and I was doing shows 6 nights a week at the Palace Theatre in London. For how long? 7 weeks?
7 weeks in a very cold, rainy London.
Yeah. And then we moved to 35 to 40 degrees centigrade in South Africa, which is about 110 in America, in American numbers, and in Fahrenheit. And so my body really refused on the first week, but then I got used to it. We can get used to things. So I'm a lazy person, but hugely driven. But when I did the 29 marathons last February, and these ones, I've tried to stay fairly match fit. So what I try to do, and it's not perfect training, but I run a marathon every other week. I run a marathon bi-weekly, put it that way. Does bi-weekly mean anything in America? I don't know, sometimes we've got ways of saying things.
Well,
every other week.
Every other week, yeah.
And then bi-weekly on the other weeks, I'd run a half marathon. So it goes marathon, half marathon, marathon, half marathon. That's what I have been doing to get to this point. But you see, the first 10 is the training for the last 21. To be truthful.
Yeah.
It's you can't really train for this, I don't think, except up there, and I'm always training up here.
I do think it's great that you're speaking to people too, to take your mind off of it, and just it's just looking forward to talking to one person and then the next, that you have, you know, you're going from one point to another, since you're in a studio. I assume it's a theater or a studio?
No, this is Studio 4 at Riverside Studios, so they can be made into theatres, but this is Studio 4, and then I perform in Studio 2. But chairs, someone was saying yesterday, I think that they'd seen King Lear in here or something.
Yes.
Was it Richard III?
Oh, yeah.
Was it, Richard III, I think, yeah.
Yeah. So, and you know, as you know, any room, Edinburgh Festival, you've been to Edinburgh Festival, any festivals in America, you can actually take any room and turn it into a theatre.
Yeah, that's
if you
true,
want.
yeah.
So, but this is Studio 4, and I perform in Studio 2. So we are television studios here at Riverside, Hammersmith. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
Studio 2, I think, is usual capacity is about 500 in a theatre configuration. But we were going to have a live audience of just under 150 a night, which would be COVID safe, so it was calculated what that would be. But then, of course, London went into what we call our tier 4 at the time, which stopped live audiences. And then, of course, today everything's locked down nationwide. In a kind of pretty full-on way. So the shows are still going ahead, but all with live stream, so live audience, virtual audience, watching from home only.
Yeah.
But it's amazing how, this is the thing we're finding, or did find here when shows could go ahead, and like we did some shows in the summer, is as soon as you make sure you're safe with distancing, capacities drop massively from what they normally would be in a venue. So, but were there any were people trying outside gigs and stuff like that in New York or anywhere else over the summer? Or
They were doing some gigs in drive-in.
Yeah.
So yeah, there were a few. I know that there was recently one in Texas, if I'm not mistaken, that they basically tested everyone. Either you have to show a negative COVID test within the last 24 hours, or you take a rapid test before going in. I haven't seen anything else since then. I think that was in October or November, before the holidays. But I haven't seen much. Because right now we can't really, in these areas anyway, they can't really do any outdoor gigs because it's cold.
Yeah. There is that.
So I know you guys have done some on rooftops, right?
Yes, rooftop in Bexley-on-Sea, Delaware Pavilion, one of my twin cities where I grew up. So we played there. How many weeks did we play there? 5?
I think it was 5. Yeah, we kept extending, so I think it was 5. Yeah.
5 weeks doing the Dickens show. Have you seen the Dickens show? Have you?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. I think it was one of the earlier ones in summer. It was July.
Up at Edinburgh? Was it Edinburgh?
No. It was this July. Yeah, that it was streamed.
Streaming one. Yes. So that'll give you a sense of what it's like, but it's a different feeling. But yes, anyway, for anyone watching, it's Great Expectations, and I do a solo version playing 21 characters who all talk to each other and have a big adventure. But I did that in the afternoon. That was my matinee performance, and in the evening I was doing the stand-up. That was at the on the rooftop of the Delaware Pavilion. And then at Eastbourne, the Italian Gardens, a beautiful little, it was a chalk quarry down by the foot of the South Downs, one of our national parks, right up by the sea. just one of these lovely little seaside enclosures that were made back in the 1920s for people to walk in their fine clothes and that kind of stuff. It's been a bit unloved over the years, but a lot of people do yoga there. People go there and just hang out. You can sunbathing there. It's just that no one knows where it is really unless you know where it is. And I've always wanted to do a show there, so I did a week worth of the Dickens, 6 Dickens shows there as a commemoration to Peter Piedmont, who was a headmaster of my school, Bede School, and he passed away. Big Dickens fan though, and so I did those shows because he hasn't been able to have a commemoration yet. His, the final commemoration for that you normally have, the words I'm looking for. So there's a funeral and then the memorial service. That's it.
Yeah.
So because of COVID, they couldn't do memorial service. So I thought, well, we could do this, and everyone sat on blankets, 2 meters apart. We sat 2 people on each blanket, and we stayed COVID safe during that, and that was great. And raising money for a bookshop that had been fire damaged in Eastbourne. So that happened in Eastbourne, working with the art gallery there. So it was very linked to artistic people and people working in events who haven't been able to necessarily work at the moment. And it was nice, and it was outdoors, sometimes a bit blowy, a bit rainy, but generally just a great way of being positive in a negative time, I felt.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy it, Sarah?
Yeah, no, I thought it was because we did it was just after the gigs in Bexhill, wasn't it? The rooftop, and then we moved to Eastbourne. Yeah, it was lovely, and there was the Tea Chalet, which is the little beach cafe that is just down from the hill from there. And Richard at the Tea Chalet was great, and he said, "Yeah, great, I'll sort out interval drinks and snacks and things." And he did a little
and electricity.
And electricity. Oh God, yes. Actually, Nat, you'll appreciate this. I think we powered the entire venue with one plug.
Yeah.
So
Really?
yeah, which surprised me, to be honest. But yeah, one domestic plug powered the whole PA, the whole shebang. Yeah.
It's funny that you mentioned that. Yes, was it yesterday, the day before? Eddie mentioned about performing in Alabama. And wasn't that the venue there?
No, that wasn't Alabama. That was in Meridian.
Ah, are you referring to Meridian, Mississippi?
Mississippi.
That's yeah.
Yes.
Meridian, Mississippi.
That's what I thought about, and I was telling my husband about it, and that's when you just mentioned that.
Let's tell the world about Meridian, Mississippi. We stayed at the Holiday Inn. They were wonderful people there.
Yeah, they were great.
They unfortunately, this is not their fault. They had a sinkhole appear outside, so you could have a view looking over the sinkhole, looking away from it, which is kind of bonkers. But the people.
We chose the sinkhole, obviously.
I'm a trans person. I'm in Mississippi. You're not sure what kind of reception you're going to get, but it tend to be African American people working in the Holiday Inn. Were very, "Hi, how are you? Come and sit down. What do you want?" That was all great. Didn't bat an eyelid, so that was nice. And then we played in this venue. Now the owner of the venue, they just probably hadn't had an operation like ours turn up, and it was more kind of Home Depot than more sort of stuff that you buy to get stuff working on your house. That was how that venue was running, and we had to make that work. Sarah, that was right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think it was Tyler, our
yeah,
lighting designer, who did a sterling job of figuring out how much power there was, and Greg Bayon, the production manager. Yeah, they did a great job of figuring out how much power there was, what we could power. We realised we couldn't power all of our gear, so there had to be some decisions made on what to cut, what to keep, lighting wise and all of that. But it worked. You couldn't tell. You couldn't tell. They worked around it, and it was great.
I didn't know, and so that all happened.
No,
and there were kids doing dance training next door.
Oh yes, I forgot about that. Yeah.
So there were kids doing dance training. That's kind of fun. I think we were an oddball thing. It's shows like us, a comedian who happens to be trans. It's nothing part of my comedy, but doing surreal stand-up at Meridian. I don't think there was a lot of people doing stuff like me in Meridian day to day, week to week. So
it was nice to see them. But the guy who ran the venue at the end, he did say, look, you guys are too intense. I'm going to go and have a beer in the bar. And he just walked off, which was kind of crazy.
I don't think we were that intense. Maybe we were intense. Who knows?
Well, we would have been, because we would have been on it. And, you know, the Get Out. If you've ever seen it, if you want to see something intense, a Get Out of a show. When I'm playing arenas, I used to invite people to come and see the Get Out. Michael Parkinson, the great Michael Parkinson from our country, great interviewer and journalist. And I think I said, come and see the tour bus. That's one thing to see, because it's fun. It's double decker and it's got a bed in my room, and it's just like crazy. It's like driving half a house around. And but if you see the energy of all the events people pulling down an arena or a stadium, it's just intense. It's just they put it up for, it takes what, 10 hours to put up, 12?
About that, I think, yeah. I think we were probably down to, we probably start about 8 a.m, I think, and then you've got a 8 p.m. show, yeah. Yeah,
so probably 12 hours up and about 3 hours to pull it down?
Yeah, maybe a little less.
Yeah,
it's
maybe
fast.
It's fast, so it's so intense, and you can see all this energy. It's like a show. I just find it so impressive. It's an army of people, and more people come in, workers from the individual towns and cities to help strip it down fast, and then boom, and then there's another show usually coming in. But that's at the point at Meridian where the gentleman who owned the venue said, I'm out of here, I'm going to have a beer, just as we were doing it. Now they tell me this afterwards, they don't tell me this at the time.
Yeah, we didn't tell you at the time. That's an afterwards conversation.
Yeah.
But I do remember the local crew, like you say, you know, you will have local crew assist and help with the setup and the takedown. And I remember the local crew were the local high school kids. That was the local crew, who were lovely kids. But I don't think they'd ever done a gig before. So, but they were fantastic. And I think two of the kids at the end of the show said, "Can we just come on the rest of the tour with you?"
Oh wow!
And we sadly had to say no. We can't fit you on the tour bus. But I think they followed us in. They followed our bus, I think, for a bit. Yeah, they were great. They were, super enthusiastic. But yes, it was an interesting one.
Sarah, I'm going to say to you, because occasional messages come. Karen's just sent you a message.
Oh, then I shall
answer, and I'll carry on.
You guys carry on.
So now I've got to ask you a question, or you've got to ask me a question, if we can get in there quick.
Well, you have a question for me?
Well, no, if I can come up with one. Now, you've got kids? You've got kids in New York, haven't you?
I do. I have a 7-year-old and a 14-year-old. So we decided remote learning for both of them. So I have a second grader in one room, a high schooler in the other room doing school while I talk to you.
And they're linking up with teachers who are somewhere else, yeah?
Yes. Yeah. So their teachers are somewhere else, and the high schooler actually she logs in for every lesson with a different teacher. So it's
gotcha.
It's
tricky. Yeah.
It's tricky. They've handled it like similar to the lady before me that was saying she's a teacher teaching her kids. They adapted. I mean, I don't know how after a year of this how they're going to feel, but they've adapted pretty well. They miss their friends, which is understandable.
Yeah.
Physical, interaction with friends, but hopefully sometime soon they can be back with their pals.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be nice. Yes. Kids are resilient. And do you think, on a big, broad, make humanity great again kind of scale, do you feel kids are growing up more, your kids are growing up, and all kids maybe, more gender inclusive, LGBT inclusive, color inclusive? Do you feel that's happening?
My kids, and I feel like in New York City, definitely, and other places too. I mean, I don't know what's going on in other places when it comes to the children, but I think their generation, yes, they're more aware of it. I remember you had told me, I think when we were in Los Angeles, about going back to your school.
Yes.
Right, and speaking to the kids, I mean, I thought that was such a great thing for them to meet you, and just learn from you as well. And there's awareness whether they're watching. It's inclusive now, whether they're watching TV, they're growing up with their friends, especially in New York, from just generations from different immigrants, and that I do enjoy. I do like seeing that they're very inclusive.
Yeah, it's the school I was talking about was Bede School, and Giles Entwistle was the head teacher there, who has just moved on to another school. But I didn't know what was going to happen. So for people who are listening and wondering what happened, obviously I'm transgender, and if you go back to a school and the kids are under 13, where do you go? How does that work? You want to be positive. Anyway, so I did a show that was mainly to the parents. I think I did the Dickens show, mainly to parents and some of the older kids, maybe. And then the next day they invited me to come in and have a talk. And I think these kids did not know me from Adam, but maybe have heard that I had been at the school, and they could probably grab hold of me through the marathons. So there was a little video they watched and showed some marathons and maybe playing, doing stand-up gigs around the world, performing in different languages. So I've tried to do positive things out there. And they watched, and I don't normally play the kids, so it's tricky to sense, but I tried to keep it loose and just say, if you want, you could decide what you want to do. If you're a young girl or a young boy, the world is open now for everyone. You've got Kamala Harris coming in, and her mother's South Asian, her dad's African American. There's much more positive things going on in the world, and so therefore the young kids can grow up and do that. And I said, if you're LGBT, of course, you might sense it at the moment, and you don't know quite how to deal with it. So I sort of unloaded. I said that to them in how it was a short thing. I didn't do too long, 15 minutes talking to them, and then said, if you want to do questions afterwards, come back and ask me questions. And they'd said I could say that, and I thought no one would come. But about 15 kids came back, and one young boy said he was gay, and I don't think he told anyone. And head teacher Giles, he just said it was a powerful day, it was just something happened. I just felt, because I was a kid in that school, and I knew I was trans, and I wasn't going to tell any kid at that school in case I got my head kicked in. But it's nice to come back and hopefully change, move things forward a little bit. Yeah. So I have hope for the new generations, each new generation that comes in. Yeah, it would be nice if we keep improving. We keep seeming to go backwards at certain points. So we go forwards.
That's true, yeah.
If we can do 3 steps forward, 1 step back, I don't mind that. If it's 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, and if it's 3 steps forward, 3 steps back, then come on, we got to do better than that.
Exactly. Do you, when you're running on the treadmill, do you like to envision running somewhere? Like, do you have maybe flashbacks of running in?
No, honestly, I tell you, it's really difficult. When I'm on this is a grind. This is just a grind. There's nothing changing in front of me. That's why I have to talk to you, because when I'm talking about, you can see me looking up to whichever side I look up to when you go into the certain cortex of your brain, and I'm taking myself back to Bede School in Eastbourne and the kids in that day. It takes me out of this, but if I had to do it literally without talking, because you were booked in for 4 o'clock, we're booking people in, and there was no one booked in between 2 and 4, about 2:30 and 4, and I suddenly realized there's a huge gap, and I was beginning to lose it, because it's just so tough. It could get better. It'll hopefully get better. The body will hopefully, tighten up, get in the gear after 10 marathons. But, and there's people on Zwift, you've probably heard about this. They run along, you can maybe see the little image. We can't show the image as well, can we? Ian, in the screen, or will it make the screen look horrible?
Sorry, what image?
We can't show the Zwift screen of
Yeah, I can do that.
Just put it in the top right. See what if it looks too much, too overloaded. We'll take it out. But you know, and I'm running along, and all those people, they could be running anywhere in the world. That's the fun thing.
And they sign up on this app and find you on the app, so they're running alongside you. There's the names.
Yep.
That's brilliant.
It's called Swift, with a Z, with a Z. Yes, and people are sending me messages. Quite often I'm missing it. Some people have been running the first 3 marathons. I think it was Clive Cinema. Yeah, there you go. And you can see messages coming out of those little white bubbles. I think that those are generally the people around me. You can see there's a whole bunch of people as we get towards the end. And it's kind of beautiful, and I'd like to be able to interact with them more. At the moment today, we couldn't link with them to be able to do the messages very easily. But it's nice that they're coming. But the beautiful thing, and you can see the flags there. You can see I'm with the Malta flag. I don't know, it's probably a bit too small for you, but I've got the Malta flag next to me. The flag of Malta. And we've got British, we've got Welsh, we've got American, and we've had German. We've had it, and I don't know if you heard this. This was on. I'm going to read this out again because I like this list. This was the list of people, well, the countries who have been tuning in for this show, the 7 p.m. show. So, I don't know if you've seen the 7 p.m. show, but it's a bit weird, but it's interesting, intriguing.
I haven't yet, so I'm planning to.
As a professional. I don't want to make you have to buy it, but it is for charity. I'm sure.
Exactly. Yeah. I will.
It's all good things. But they've been watching from Ireland, Italy, Croatia, United States, Canada, Switzerland, Sweden, Poland, Belgium, Germany, Austria, Norway, Denmark, Netherlands, UAE, United Arab Emirates, India, Spain, Greece, New Zealand, Estonia, Finland, Portugal, Russia, Luxembourg, Turkey, South Africa, Jersey, Australia, Hungary, Slovenia, France, and Romania. So that's beautiful. Wow. That's great.
Are there any of those countries that you haven't yet performed in?
Interesting.
Have you performed in Italy?
No, but it's booked. It's booked. We were talking to Francesco De Carlo, good comedian friend of mine, who's there, and he says I can perform there in English, but I'll do an encore in Italian.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I was watching that conversation.
Oh, that's interesting. I have performed in 45 countries, so I have performed in Ireland and Italy to come. Yes, in Croatia. Yes, in the United States. Yes, in Canada. Yes, in Switzerland. Yes, in Sweden, Poland, Belgium, Germany. Yes, in Austria. Yes, in Norway, Denmark, Netherlands. Yes, in UAE. Yes, in India. Yes, to Spain. I've performed in Greece, New Zealand, Estonia, Finland, Portugal, Russia, Luxembourg, Turkey. Yes, we've done Turkey twice. South Africa, Jersey. I've not. That's part of the UK. So yes, in the UK, Australia, Hungary, Slovenia, France, Romania. Only Italy have I not.
Wow.
But I have acted in a film there. If that qualifies me, I acted in Ocean's 12 there. So that was in Rome.
We recently watched Ocean's 12 again because it's on Netflix.
Oh, right.
Here. Yeah, so recently.
Well, I tell you, the Ocean's 12, I got a Jerry Whiteround, the producer, phoned me, and I was in my bedroom on the Harrow Road up in northwest London, NW10, and I used to have arguments with him. He was a Bush senior Republican, so a moderate Republican, and I was, I'm a Labour Party and a Democrat, and trans as well. I had my nails painted. Even in that film, I was wearing gloves all the time, and we would have these big arguments, and then he'd say, "God damn it, okay, Eddie, I'll march with you. I'll march with you. God damn it." So we had this kind of fun, kind of sparring relationship, and then Steven Soderbergh needed. There's a story technique thing. If you've got a problem in your story, you're trying to get out of it, introduce a new character, and that can help you get out of it. And that's what they did. So they introduced this new character who was who could make hologram Fabergé eggs. So I'm a super genius of technicals, because they already had an expert in technicals in the Ocean's 11. But I'm the guy who's the crazy out there person, and that was that. So Ocean's 12 was beautiful to do, and they flew me out for 2 weeks, put me up in the Derusi Hotel just by Place del Popolo on the roof. And this was the interesting thing. I was quite well known. Oh, I'd won a couple of Emmys by that point as a stand-up, so I was considered a cameo role. In fact, I was doing a bit part, you know, just like an actor playing a small role, but they gave me cameo role status, and they included me within their gang. So I was this kid who wanted to be acting in something like Ocean's 11, Ocean's 12 for ages, and then they said, come along and stay in the hotel. And then, so I wasn't doing much work. There was only 2 scenes. There were 3 scenes, I think it's cut down to 2. And, but after each night, the rooftop of the Derusi Hotel had been hired, and everyone would come and relax. And you could order whatever you wanted with it, drink or food. There was no menu. You just said, chicken, vegetables, give me Brussels sprouts, you know, just made it up, which I found mind-blowing. And they would do whatever you asked for. And then everyone played poker as the sun came down, and watched the Euro football championships. And all of America was supporting England, the England team, which I thought was kind of beautiful of them. Because I did think, because America's so big and powerful, if it was the other way around, I'm not sure if the English supporters were supporting America. Unfortunately, we'd go, you win too much. So we'd be more jealous in that way. But they were there, you know, have Brad Pitt sitting next to, come on, England. They go, oh, thanks, thank you, Brad. So it was an amazing time. But I didn't do much. And then in 13, if anyone sees 13, I had sort of less to do. But then Steven Soderbergh phoned up and said, look, we've done some additional shooting. We want to do these scenes with just you, George, and Brad. So it was George Clooney, Brad Pitt, and me for 2 days at Jerry Weintraub's house, just moving around doing different scenes, which was, again, bonkers, but kind of wonderful.
That is.
That's
That definitely.
how did we get into that? How did we get into the oceans?
You said Italy, Oceans 12.
Oh, yes.
That's been last in Italy. Yeah. So
That's-
that's the next country to do.
Yes.
Is Italy. So
I
that
found.
was.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you there.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
No, I was thinking. There's a lot of countries I've played where I haven't learned the language, and people say, "Well, you do some stuff in that language." I said, "No, I can't learn all the languages, and you know, I do get knackered in my brain." But there is a. It was mentioned to me, someone in Budapest, in Hungary, capital city of Hungary. And if you ever go to Budapest, there's Buda on one side and Pest is on the other. That's how it works. And the promoter, he mentioned that Freddie Mercury had come with Queen, and they'd played, I think, just after the wall had come down. Anyway, very close to the changeover from the communist system. And he sang a song. He'd had it written out. Well, it was their song. It was a Hungarian song, and he sang it. And of course, people just, they still remember Freddie Mercury singing a song in Hungarian. So I realized I really should at least try and do a paragraph, do a little section at the end of shows. It is tricky. If you're doing lots and lots of shows, it is tricky to learn multiple languages. But maybe just at the beginning, just saying hello, how are you? I haven't learned your language, sorry, but I can say it. Yeah, maybe that would be nice in every single language.
Would I know you and your brother work together a lot for language, on the languages. Would your brother be up for that? Learning new languages? I know he knows multiple, right?
Yeah, but he's not, we can't do multiples, no. And he wouldn't do it in the language he didn't know. He's very fastidious about it. I'd have to get in touch with the local promoters and just give them, I could do a paragraph introduction, that would be easier. Or what I was doing in Spanish when I first played in Barcelona and Madrid was I would do the whole show in English, and the final 2 minutes would be an encore in Spanish, and then next night I do 4 minutes in Spanish, then 6 minutes, and I'd fill up from the back. So that's how I did it.
And Eddie, we've just heard I've got Tim on the line now. So
Yeah.
Good to know.
Okay, so we'll say thank you very much.
Thank you, Eddie.
Natalie. Thanks
Keep
for being.
going. It's really great what you're doing, and I'll see one of your shows.
Yes, you don't have to. I just think from a business
No,
point.
I'm planning to. I'm definitely planning to.
Yeah.
I'm letting the first week go by, and then.
Yeah, you'll find it curious. You'll find it curious because it could be in the future, more of these will be happening. So it's interesting to see, does it work, does it not work? Is it weird? Intriguing is the word I'm finding out.
I like that. All right, well, take care. All right. Sarah, it was lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you too, Dan.
Bye.
Bye, everyone in New York. Okay. I'm out to go.
Really, I think Miranda's just getting, and Ian are just getting Tim on the line.
If I don't have any break, I will be finished a quarter of an hour late, which is not good. You're gonna have to ask me questions, Sarah.
Say that again?
You're gonna have to ask me questions.
Okay. Actually, well, you know what? I didn't hear there because I was out of the room when that came on. But did Natalie say she was born in New York?
Yeah.
I didn't know that because it's funny because I always thought Natalie had Natalie's accent to me sounded very New York, and then I heard Natalie was from Malta, and then that confused me entirely. But there you go.
Yeah. I think our parents met in New York. I think. Or her dad was in New York before.
Oh, there you go. It's lovely to see that. Well, I can actually just see on my screen that I think things are. I can actually see Tim's picture, so I think Tim's going to be there fairly soon. And in the meantime, I can always have a look and see if there's any. Actually, I could go back to some questions.
Questions.
Yeah. I had some from earlier that I didn't quite get to.
We actually have Tim and Miranda ready to go if you guys are happy.
Oh, great.
Here we go. Put them through now.
Hi there.
Hi, Eddie.
Hi.
Looking good?
You're being ironic, I assume.
No, not at all. Not at all. Great. I mean, yeah.
I feel crap.
I remember vividly our experience in Valletta last year of the very, very early start and a lot of repeats of a half-kilometre route up and down attempting a flat and non-windy route.
Yeah, it was rough, wasn't it? And I think this one's not so windy, but well, the fifth marathon you get tired.
Yeah.
I think there is, well, I say it's around 10 marathons, where you suddenly build up, or you say the body changes, doesn't it? Doesn't it click into some other gear? Around 10 or something?
You'll be kicking in enzymes and all sorts of things, improving the whole system. So, but I think we can allow you to have a bit more carbohydrate tonight. I think we need to give you a bit of a bonus.
Okay. Well, you're the chat show host now. It's your show. This last hour, I'm on my knees, basically, even though it doesn't.
Well, the other two things that I recollect from Valletta was also it was the place. Do you remember that Sarah and I bought you the Hand of Fatima necklace for your birthday?
The Hand of Fatima necklace. What does it look like?
And it's like a protective hand. It looks like a hand. It's sort of like looking at the palm. And we got it from a little jewellery shop in one of the side streets in Malta. So that's where it comes from.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. Crazy.
Yeah, and the other thing I remember, I don't know if you remember this, do you remember the guy that gave us a lift to the airport that ended up being the most amazing historian of Malta?
I do remember that, but you got to remember, as you do remember, that after I finished marathons.
Well, he was telling me all about the nights.
Oh, the nights in Malta, yeah. I do remember some. I couldn't remember it was Malta.
Yeah, it was one of those weird moments where a taxi driver who had an incredible knowledge, but he did actually tell us that he was a tour operator or a tour guide when he was working on things. Anyway, I have a lady to introduce you, a very special lady called Merl Ponsford, who is has previously been a client of mine, but she has a very interesting tale, and she is part of a group in Bournemouth, in Dorset, called the Dorset Cancer Care Foundation, which is an amazing organisation, which I will let her explain to you about. But I thought it'd be nice for you to talk to her. So Merl, here is Eddie.
Hi Eddie.
Hi Merl.
Hi. You're doing very well. Keep going. I'll keep talking.
Yes. Thank you. I'll try to keep going.
I'm a member of the Dorset Cancer Care Foundation, and we're a local charity set up by 3 ladies that all had nursing background. That when people were diagnosed with cancer, once they got onto the treadmill of scans, hospitals, doctors, all the things that you go through, they realised that there was a big gap, that they didn't have any sort of financial help. If they were self-employed, they often couldn't work or had to give up work if they were too poorly to do it. So they set up this charity in 2012. We're very local. We're only in Poole, Dorset. We only look after Dorset people. So we cover the Dorchester, the sort of a little bit more in the country.
Right.
We raise the money by, we have an annual ball once a year, but we also have the Bournemouth Marathon. We do all sorts of fundraising, coffee mornings, all the usual things that charities do. But the reason I was attracted to it, I had cancer quite a few years ago now, and I got through it, which was brilliant. But one of the things that we do is we only have one administrator. So we have no money, none of us get paid. We don't even get a free cup of coffee. If we go to a coffee morning, we pay for our coffee the same as everybody else. So all of the money that we raise goes into the pot. That's what really attracted me to it.
Yes, that's lovely. That's a lovely thing.
Yeah, so we're all done by little groups of us in different areas. We've got one in Wareham, one in Poole, one in Sandbanks, one in Parkstone, Southbourne, and we all come up with any idea we can to raise money. We have awards that when people apply to us, they sometimes can't pay their mortgage, their rent, the bills if they're not working. We've had incidents where partners have left the person going through treatment and left them in dire situations. So we're able to assess each one. The biggest thing, although there is help from the government, it does take a time, whereas we're pretty instant. We can, with the trustees, look at the awards, make a decision, and we jump in when it's needed the most. So it is amazing how many people that once they're diagnosed and they have to travel, say from Poole to Southampton for treatment, that extra cost of fuel is beyond their means sometimes. So that's what we do. We sort of step in and help as much as we can.
Well, it's great you're doing it. My mum was a nurse, so if you've all been through nurses, I have a great respect for nurses, and they have a tough time and get paid usually rubbish money, unfortunately. So.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But it's wonderful you're doing that, and that's the Dorset Cancer Care Foundation, yeah?
Yes, it is. Yeah, and we've been going since 2012, and we're growing. We're always looking for new ambassadors, new people to come and help, or any idea that we can come up with, we think, of raising money. Of course, this year has been terrible because we haven't been able to raise any money. All of it is done by sort of local events.
Yes.
And we did have a very nice donation from two donations from local companies, and one legacy. So that's just taken us through and helped us this year. But we're all raring to go as soon as this awful COVID's over. we're raring to go to get back out there and start raising money again.
Well, well done. Well done to you. I've been sent a
And
little... Oh, carry on, Tim. Carry on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when you got into this, what was it about your journey through cancer that kind of made you want to make this decision to set up the charity?
Well, I didn't actually set it up, I just joined it. It was already set up, but when you go through cancer, it's such a frightening time, and when you're initially diagnosed, you think you'll never come out of it, but of course lots and lots of people do. And I always wanted to do something, but I didn't want to be, I don't know what the word is, employed by somebody. I wanted to be able to do what I wanted to do when I was able. And I came across this charity just by chance. Eve Wendt, who is one of the founders, I met her in a shop, and they were having a fashion show, and we got chatting, and I said, oh, I wouldn't mind coming to that. And the more I learned about the charity, and the fact that we absolutely do not take any money from it, I didn't want to spend hours shaking tins at Tesco's or wherever, and then that money goes to a group of employees that we've got CEOs or whatever. We don't have any of that. We just have Nikki, who coordinates us and keeps us in order. She's our only employee, and some social media. So all of us do it voluntary. We don't get funding. And that's what attracted me, the fact that we all work very hard, but it goes to local people. And, you know, we have some awful tales. I mean, we had one lady that was with her partner, and she came home, and he had decided to leave. Quite understandably, some people can't cope with it when you're diagnosed. But he took the bed and the washing machine, and there was 3 little children, and there she was, left with I mean, what in your wildest nightmare would you think somebody would take that? But anyway, she came to us, and we were able to help her and just get her through that time, which those are the practical things that we do. So that's what attracted me to it.
Well, yeah, no, that's a horrible story. Anyone who does that, they
horrible, I know. I know, we couldn't believe it. But at least we were able to jump in immediately. Yeah. And facilitate, you know, we had the funds, it goes to the trustees, it's then all agreed and awarded, and it can be done fairly quickly. That's one of the biggest pluses that we've got.
Yeah. And I have to say, when I first met you and we talked about the charity, you could tell, and as you can tell now by talking to you now, how enthusiastic and how excited you were about it as an organisation, how you wanted to be involved. I mean, did it give you something which you weren't expecting when you got involved?
Yes, it did. It gave me absolutely a great group of people. All the people that we sort of have got in our organisation are really nice, all looking for the same goal, all willing to give their time and make, I mean, I'm a useless cake maker, but I have started to make a few cakes. And when we have coffee mornings, and it gave me back that I was very lucky when I had it. I didn't need financial help. But there's an awful lot of people that they only need it for a short time. They don't need it long term, but just to get through that when they're having the treatment and going every day, say for 12 weeks to the hospital, and having to find the petrol or childcare or somebody to come in and do their cleaning, just to give that little respite. And we have many people that we've helped that have recovered, and in fact now are our ambassadors and raise money with us and for us. So I think that shows what a great charity it is.
And it's being able to share the experience as well, isn't it? It's because it can be a very dark place and a very lonely place to be diagnosed.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, when I was told, I thought, oh, this is the end. But you know, I tell people now, there are such fabulous treatments and such fabulous coming on all the time, new innovative things that are happening, that it is very, very curable now. And I just try, when we see people, to give them as much energy and enthusiasm that we can.
Yeah. And the other thing as well is there's ongoing issues as well after you've recovered, and I know that you have a great therapist who's able to help you with the lymphedema that you develop. And that's the other side, isn't it? Is you have a link to people that are experts in their field and can provide ongoing care.
Oh, absolutely. I had lymphedema on my left side very badly. Couldn't bend my fingers, couldn't bend my arm. And I went to a therapist who was not medically trained. And I then got sent to one because that person was on holiday, and came across this fabulous therapist that is a nurse. And immediately, within 2 treatments, my arm started to reduce. And she now is our main ambassador in Wareham and does enormous fundraising, got a great group of people. And other people we can talk to and say, look, there is treatments out there, you can go. And you won't ever cure this problem that I've got, but I can control it and I can keep it under control, which is the main thing.
And so, have you got anything to add, Eddie, or are you okay?
Yeah, well, I've got a question that's I've got some information, Merl, in front of me that says, I think the organisation you're talking about, your Dorset Cancer Care Foundation, that you sell, or it could be yourself, that's selling pastels and teas that work on hard-working voices that have been used, like Tom Jones and Catherine Jenkins. Is that?
Yeah. That's not the Dorset Cancer Care, Eddie.
No?
That's our company, my family's company. My husband and I bought Vocal Zone, which is a pastel that's used by singers all over the world.
Right.
And we actually, as a family business, we promote that. So yes, and that's an interesting product, because it was started 100 years ago for Caruso. And William Lloyd, you know, he used to smoke on stage, and William Lloyd, who was a friend of his and a physician, ENT consultant, invented a liquid for him to take on stage,
right,
because he had a throat problem. His brother then, who was a chemist, developed it into a pastel.
Right.
And in fact, it's been going, as I say, the same formula for 100 years. And we bought it. My husband was in pharmaceuticals, and he bought it for one of the companies he was working with. And then they got merged, and the Americans came in, and they all merged, and it all changed. And we actually remortgaged everything we owned and bought the product 20 years ago.
Wow.
And we were a little bit bum clenching, I would say. It was an enormous risk, but not really a risk because it's a great product. But we now, our daughter and son, they're running the company, and we're promoting it all over the world. We actually have new teas, so we've got 3 new teas out. And Vocal Zone, the original, is myrrh, licorice and menthol, so it's a natural product, it's a vegan product. And Tom Jones never goes on stage without it. He puts one in each corner of his mouth and he sings with it.
Oh, wow.
Michael Ball, Catherine Jenkins, they all use it. It's beyond Warwick, it's known all over the world.
Very good. Well, you see, I felt I was a natural business person since I was a kid, trying to sell crayons to other kids at school for 70p, saying there could be a nuclear war. You'll need to write help with something. You know, this was my thing. But I was a hustler. I think I've always been that. But now I'm trying to use my hustling skills for things like this. But no, I do like enterprise, business, building good ideas, especially if they work and they're good and they help, as opposed to say nicotine, not so good, and you know. No. Doesn't get us to the right place.
No, Vocal Zone is a unique product, and it's still made in the same way in the wooden presses that it started 100 years ago.
Oh wow!
So it's an interesting product, yes, and it's a family business, and it's amazing. The harder you work, the more successful you become, isn't it?
Yes, it does seem that way. The hard work. I mean, I say this in life, that if you risk your money and you risk things, then you should be able to, if you have a good living and the money comes in, then that's it, because you risked everything. And if you have a good job, you know, if you work hard in your job, but it's a salary job, then you should have a decent life with a decent pension. And if you say, I don't want to work, I'm just going to sit here, then that's not how the world works.
No, absolutely.
And my worldview is that everyone should have the right to have a fair chance in life. Not a free life, not given free life, but a fair chance in life. And that should be 7.8 billion of us. Everyone in the world should have that right to be able to go for it, do it, work as hard as they want, build things, come up with things. And I was born in Yemen, as you may know. But,
yes, I do.
Yeah, so it's, you know, that I'd love to be able to help the people in that country a lot more than I do. I just know that they're having a problem, and I don't seem to do much. Well, hopefully this will do a little bit of good.
Yes.
Well, it's great talking to you. I love talking to people anyone who's getting up and doing things. I mean, you know, everyone, we all go to school, and some kids go to school and then they just kind of float through life. But if you take a chance and put your whole house on, mortgage your house to see if you can get it going, that's great. You know, go for it and build it, do it, make it. I love that. Well done.
Yeah, my husband was 55 when we did it, so
oh, wow.
He would, you know, we were getting on a bit, so he just always knew it was a fabulous product.
Yeah.
And that's why we took the risk.
Gut instinct. That's the thing. A lot of gut instinct.
Absolutely.
The gut, and you'll know this, Tim, you may know this, the gut controls a lot. Confidence is controlled at the gut. I know this because I've actually physically not had confidence and had it, and I knew where it was. It's in the gut. And I also know that people, if they're in a very bad place, they can get stomach problems. Everything seems to go through the gut. Tim, am I making things up, or is the gut very important in life?
No, yeah, absolutely. There's a huge gut-brain matrix and the enteric nervous system, and it's actually the largest producer of serotonin, which, of course, as you now know from the other day, is one of the happy drugs.
Yes.
That's so yeah. It's the gut has a huge relationship with the brain. So. But I'm also, Merl, I was interested, so the recipe for the vocal zone, is it a closely guarded secret in a vault down in the bottom of a bank somewhere?
Oh, it's very secret, Tim. No, you have to put the ingredients now on your product. But we did buy all the rights to it, and it is, I mean, I've got a tin here, I don't know if you can see it.
Product placement.
Just product placement.
Yeah.
We're giving you this opportunity because you are doing good stuff with the cancer.
Yes, yeah, thank you. Yeah, we give a lot of time to Dorset Cancer Care. So, but it was just one of those products that we always loved and we always thought would be sort of our pension. And then our children came into the company. So they're carrying it on, they're developing it around the world now, and they've brought the tea in, which is going very well, and we've also brought in honey and lemon, because actual vocal zone is quite a strong taste because it's got myrrh in it. It's quite a bitter taste, but we've now got blackcurrant, which is sugar-free, and honey and lemon, so we've got a whole range of it which has been developed over the last couple of years.
No, which one was... I'm just going to ask, which one's got myrrh in it? Which is that the original one? Or?
They've all got myrrh in it. They've all got myrrh.
Wow, because myrrh is from those three wise men coming in. I've always wondered what.
Exactly. Yeah. It's from the sap of the tree. But you're right. It was gold, frankincense, and myrrh that were taken to Bethlehem, wasn't it?
Yeah, and the guy with myrrh was obviously saying, "Look, this has got a bit of taste." And I don't know if your kid's going to like it, but we're doing a blackcurrant version. Yeah, can you go gold, frankincense, and blackcurrant? That would have been nice. That would have been what Juicy Crazy would have wanted.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tim, I interrupted you.
No.
I was just thinking, because I was watching the Jules Holland Hoot Nanny at the New Year, and Tom Jones was on that.
Yes.
So actually, he must have been sat there with a couple of vocal zones, making himself look like something out of The Godfather.
Or
sorry.
Or a very quiet hamster.
If you ever see him when he was on The Voice and his act one, and he shouted yes, he had a vocal zone in the centre of his tongue. He's always taking them out, and I mean, he doesn't say, but he's always got them with him and giving them to people. Anybody that sings with Tom Jones, they end up using vocal zone.
Yeah, so Tom Jones is wonderful, and when
wonderful,
because he's a great Welsh man, Welsh person, and I went to school in Wales, and I remember listening on my dad's radio to why Delilah, and it said he could have been driving down the M48 right next to where we were in Porthcawl, but as it was on the radio, but it always felt like his voice was coming from another world through the radio to the little place, because once you're in a boarding school and your mum's gone, it's of cancer, and so I know cancer is just this hellish thing, but it was such a powerful thing. I do remember that one, and those were the days, my friend.
Yes.
Mary Hopkins. Both those two songs got sort of seared into my brain from that time, 1968, 69. Hey, yeah.
Yeah, he's a brilliant, and his voice has still kept the depth and strength. I think he's 80 this year, or he's just turned 80, but he still sings with such power.
Yeah, he must be gargling with vocal zones, I think.
Yes.
Well, and I saw, I was watching a documentary about Aretha Franklin as well, just over Christmas, and they had a piece, a kind of old footage of Tom Jones singing with Aretha Franklin. It was the most unbelievable combination of both. Absolutely amazing.
Yes, yeah, he was very, very good, very good.
Now, have you run any marathons ever, Merl?
No, I'm afraid I haven't. I'm not. I swim in the sea in the summer as much as I can.
That's good.
And I walk, but at the moment I've got a dodgy knee, so that's just recovering. But no, I'm not a marathon person, unfortunately.
Well, it's rough, I tell you.
I can tell you, you've done fantastically. I'm breathing for you now.
Thank you. I've got 35 minutes to go. 35 minutes.
There's a few people when we're doing these chats at the end of the day, Eddie, who actually say to me that they say, I'm knackered just watching him.
I know.
I know. It is knackering. It must be knackering watching. But we're chatting to everyone, and the people I'm running with, also I don't know how many people are out there, but there's quite a few, I think.
And Merl, is the Dorset Cancer Care Foundation, where's that going, in the future? It's obviously difficult. I was talking to Dave Lowen, who is a physio friend of mine that has worked abroad in Nepal and Bangladesh for a lot of aid agencies, teaching physio into the community. And we were talking about the difficulty of fundraising and the issues that all charities have with that. Does that limit how you can kind of look into the future with it?
Well, it would have done, but we did have a very nice donation from a Bournemouth company, which has sort of taken us through. We did have what we thought originally we could have our big fundraiser in March. That's now been put back till next September. I think this is the third time we've put it back. I'm not even sure we'll have it in September, because that brings us in, 25,000, 30,000 a year. And each week we're always doing some fundraising event which keeps us going. So it has been, we have a marvellous new trustee who is fantastic accountant, and he's worked out all the money, and we try not to limit. We're very careful how we do give out the awards, but so far we have not refused any award. We've still been able to pay out. So we're praying that once the COVID is over, that we can start getting out there and fundraising again. We have just giving on the internet, and people are very generous. We've had some donations come in. We had a legacy, which was lovely. That was totally unexpected. So every pound helps, you know, but it is difficult, and I can't see really that we'll get into full swing until the autumn of next year. But as soon as we can, we'll start fundraising, but people will be cautious about coming to gatherings, I think.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, it's thrown everything on its head this year.
Absolutely. Even with the vaccine, I think people will just be a little bit cautious for a while.
Yeah, well, I think we have to be careful, don't we, as how long the immunity lasts. Yeah, that's
yes, that's right.
And you've never thought it's always just Dorset. You've never thought expanding it bigger.
Well, we kept it to Dorset because we thought with the local people it would be. Initially we started. I think if in time we could go into other counties, we would. But at the moment, the big thing is with any charity is you've got to have the goodwill of people coming in to help and, you know, holding events to raise money. And it's worked well. We were just getting on this new ambassadors group. We're trying to get more into Dorchester. That's quite a need in Dorchester for fundraising. And we've got a lady in Shillingstone that we helped. She had mouth cancer and went through the treatment, and we helped her. And Ali now, she's one of our ambassadors. She's fantastic. Anything she can do from that side of Dorset, she raises money. So the more people we can get in different parts, the better it is. But I'm not sure that we would. I think we've got to recover and get some money in the bank. As soon as we can start building our funds up, that's our main thing. Like everybody at the moment, we're all a bit depleted.
Absolutely. And you were saying that you're recovering from your knee. Your knee. So a really nice way to kind of rehabilitate from that would be doing a couch to 5K, and who knows where that might be.
I'm not fit like you. I don't think
Tim,
that would work for me.
Tim,
you know what?
Does she have to run a 5K or just walk a 5K?
Well, the couch to 5K is a very, very graded, gentle kind of, you move from walking to slowly running, and by the end of a month you should be running a 5K. So the idea is you can work towards doing a park run.
All right. What's it called again?
It's called the couch to 5K. So it's basically anyone who's basically sitting on a couch doing nothing and getting them to the point of being able to run a 5K. So you listen to it on your headphones, and it talks you through the process of going from basically not being able to do anything to being able to run 5K.
Okay, so that may not be for Merl. Maybe Merl, you don't want to do that, but other people might. So how do they get hold of that? What do they do? Google that?
There's actually an NHS app which is called Couch to 5K, but there's lots of different apps that you can put into your smartphone.
So you're saying it very fast, and I want people at home to be able to hear this. So couch, C-O-U-C-H, 2, number 2, or T-O?
No, T-O.
T-O. Couch to 5K. That is the thing. So have a look at that, Google that, and you'll find out where to find the apps and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that sounds a wonderful idea. Get you from the couch to doing a 5K. They're all about. And tell everyone about the park runs.
So park run, which is it started in in outskirts of London, which I now can't remember the name of the park. But anyway, it was started off as just a group of people to run 5K together on a Saturday morning at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And has grown into an international stage. I mean, Tom Williams, who I know very well through Martin, is now the CEO of it, but obviously it's had to halt currently for the time being, which is a real shame because it was one of my favourite things to do every weekend, to go and do a park run. And it's basically, the idea was that effectively you could walk to it. The idea is that you wouldn't have to drive. You go to your local park and run 5K with a group of like-minded people. And the lovely thing about it is it's timed, but it's not competitive. So you have really good runners, like even Steve Way, who we had on Saturday, who came third at Comrades, he'll run it. And then you have people who will walk it. They'll just walk the 5K. So it's awesome.
And don't they give you a little clip or something that measures things or speed measures?
Yes, they have. So they start it, so they press the start, they have a timer which they start as everyone leaves, and then you have a barcode And as you go across the finish line, they scan your barcode and give you a little like plastic token, and then that goes. You go through to like a finishing tunnel or a funnel, if you like, and then they basically record all of that and then tell you what your time was. It all gets posted online. So
and they're all over the place now, yeah.
All over. And when we ran in South Africa, do you remember we were with Bruce Fordyce?
Yeah.
Bruce Fordyce set up the first one in South Africa.
Fantastic,
so,
Bruce Fordyce. I'll tell you about Bruce Fordyce. He won Comrades a number of times, but particularly on a time, and he's a white South African, and it's the time when the apartheid regime were celebrating that they had been in power since about 1948 and refusing to let black people vote and all this repressive regime. So a lot of people who were against that had a problem with this, and Bruce Fordyce ran with a black armband to signify that he was against these commemorations that were going on, not on the run, but he was running on the run to show that, and people were throwing things at him, but he did it and he won, and we met him, didn't we, Tim? He was great. He came with us.
Yeah, we did. Amazing. And I remember the crew that we were with were saying that they could see that I was running happy that day, because I was so excited to run 5K with him. I mean, he's a legendary individual. Won it 9 times, isn't he?
9 times, yeah. Just beautiful for him to come along, spend his time, come with us.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Merl, it's great. You see, what we like to do, and I'm sure, yeah, Tim was talking about it, and Merl, you're saying yours is in the Dorset and Dorchester area, but there are people like you who are doing this in the other areas in South Africa, in China, and hopefully there's people like us who are trying to help all around the world. Yeah.
I'm sure there are. I'm sure there's lots of organisations that are do the same sort of thing as we do, but we just wanted to do it as a practical help, to just fill that gap immediately to get you through the first part of the treatment. So yeah.
And I mean, that's the bit, isn't it? It's that early abyss that you just fall into when you're just so that you're broadsided by a diagnosis that you can't, all normality goes and sensibility goes out the window, and it's just great to have somebody there that can just lead you through that kind of that path, if you like.
Yes, yeah.
But Eddie, the bit I was struggling for is Bushy Park. That was where the first one was. It was Paul Sinton Hewitt, who was he's the founder of Park Run. Right. Bushy Park is local. That's where he used to run locally. So that was where his inspiration came from, was running around Bushy Park. I can remember, and I think the last New Year run they did at Bushy Park, they had over 2,000 people all congregate, and it's a bit of a nightmare because you start in this parkland, and then everybody funnels towards a path which is about 4 people wide. So you have to make sure you're at the front, otherwise you end up like you're in this sort of virtual human funnel trying to kind of get onto the path with everyone. So
well, just on that one, but usually Park Run's not such a nightmare, yeah?
No, well, they all vary. I mean, the one I do locally, so there's one at Poole, which is a very fast one, it's very flat. So it's very popular. We have about 1,000 people there quite regularly. But the one, my particular favourite, is just a little bit out of town, the Upton Country Park. And it's beautiful. I don't know, do you know Upton Country Park, Merl?
Yes, my grandfather was the tenant farmer there when the Llewellyns owned it. And my mother was actually born on the cottages that just going up into Upton, which were part of the park. My mother was born there. So my family were the farmers and the milk people there back years ago. So yeah, wow. know it well.
I'll tell you, Merl, every time I meet you, you tell me something which just fascinates me, and you never cease to amaze me. It's just like the mine of information and connections that you have is just extraordinary. So
now, Tim, I'm going to ask, seeing as we are talking to the world here, Park Run people, again, they can go online and search for Park Run, and they'll come up with the website and details of where they can go.
Absolutely. So yeah, so very, very simple to do. That was one of Paul St. thing was to make it really simple.
Yeah.
And it's been a great thing that he's created. But essentially, just go to Parkrun, and then you
hang on. Go to parkrun.com or just search for Parkrun and it'll come up.
Yeah. I'll have a look. I'll go to parkrun.com and parkrun.org.
Say again, Ian.
Parkrun.org.uk.
Okay, that's a horrible long one. So they need to change that just to parkrun.uk. But
I'll
yeah.
tell Tom.
Do a search.
Eddie said need to change that.
Yeah, they do, because there's too much at the end of it. Just search for Parkrun, that's the easiest way to do it. Then you'll see it, then you go there.
So you go in, register, and then what you do is you then print off your barcode, and then you have your barcode which you basically take along with you. And of course they now do wristbands which have your barcode. They have little key tags that have your barcode, so make it very, very easy. And it's completely voluntary. Once it's set up, they have volunteers which run the whole thing. They do all the timing. They're a fantastic group of individuals, totally selfless. Like so many of these things that go on, like Merl and your charity, all the volunteers that work there. Parkrun's exactly the same. And it's one of the things that I've really missed during this year of lockdown. It's really, I used to love going on a Saturday morning, catching up with hundreds of people. And of course, the world that I'm in as a physio, working with lots of athletes, it was a really nice way of just getting to say hi to a lot of people all in one go, which of course, now it's much more difficult to do that. So yeah, brilliant.
And you mentioned they need to print off their barcode, but a lot of people don't have printers, so probably you can get it on your smartphone, can't you? The barcode and just go beep like that.
Absolutely.
I'm sure.
Yeah, you could definitely. Yeah,
so he doesn't have to print it off. And Parkrun is in a number of countries around the world now.
I don't know how many countries it's in, but Ian could probably have a look at that, but it's an awful lot. So it's in Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and there's lots of countries who are now on the list, because of course it costs quite a fair bit. I think Tom told me once it costs about £6,500 to set up each park run. I might try and get Tom on actually, and he can actually give us a good, we can have a chat to him. So essentially, that funding comes from the Parkrun central body, so they pay for it to be funded to set up. So there's countries on the waiting list. So there's actually now a waiting list to actually become a Parkrun country, if you like. So
I do have some stats on Parkrun.
Yeah, give us some stats, Ian.
So Parkrun is in 730 locations.
730 locations. So
there's 166,932 all-time events.
That's too big a number for me. Thank you.
There's 313,020 volunteers.
330,000 volunteers plus 20 plus change. Wow.
And the average finishes per participant is 14.7.
There you go. Does it say how many countries?
It doesn't say how many countries. I'm trying to find that now.
Tim, can you hear Tim and Merl? Can you hear Ian?
Yes, I can hear it.
Yes, we can hear you.
Here's the voice in the ceiling, the voice in the roof. He lives in our roof. I've never met
like
him.
Like the computer in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
It's kind of like Ian. I have met him at distances, and actually no, I've seen you, Ian, on the Zoom calls, but all day we just talk. I talk through the roof. It's basically he lives in the roof, in the pipes. Oh, it'd be nice to know how many people are running with me, but I have no idea.
You talk about Ian living in the pipes. Who was it used to live in the water tank, Eddie?
Oh, that was when I was young. It was Eddie in the water tank. There's a kid story I need to do called Eddie in the water tank, and I lived with a water tank. I was in that room, and so I sort of, not kind of in my head, I was going, water tank, what should I do? Water tank on the floor. What should I do when I go out the door? And the water tank went, because the water tank was a water tank. But I mean, it became a friendly water tank. It was huge. It was mainly water tank plus my bed. And I used to go to sleep and dream of running endless marathons on a treadmill. Maybe one day I'll be able to run until my brain explodes on a marathon on a treadmill. And I used to play. It was time for Frankie Goes to Hollywood, so I was playing that.
album, going round and round, the power of love, and go to sleep like that, and dream big dreams. Yes, that was in Hybrid Izzard.
I've just had a little look at it, and it says that Park runs in 22 countries in the world.
There you go, there's a good number.
Wow, that's
22. Those are the numbers we want. Because through linking up my theory, it just seems quite logical, my common sense tells me, through things linking all around the world, we realize that we're all human beings and we can all link up and we all worry about similar things. We're all worrying about COVID right now.
Yeah.
Except one guy who's just leaving the White House, who just didn't seem bothered about it. But he was not quite right, I think we say. Anyway.
I haven't heard the news today because there's they're voting for the Senate, aren't they, in Georgia today, aren't they?
Yeah.
Is that today? All right. Yeah, he was trying to steal the election back by saying that the officials from Georgia should go and find him more votes. Now, that's not what we call politics. It shouldn't be. It's just off the charts. It's off the charts. Coup d'etat, attempting to steal the election. Well, so anyway, we shall fight on for humanity, because humanity's a good ship, and it gets a bit knocked about, but then we turn it around and off we go again, fighting forwards. Oh, I have people coming. I don't know if you've seen bits of this, Merl. People come to my window.
Yes, I can.
They come to the window, and there's two windows that are open at the side by the Thames, and some people know in the local area that I'm doing this, so they come and they go, hey, and I wave to them. And so it's kind of separate, but occasionally I get this interaction, and people shout positive stuff. So that's nice. If I can just keep going for another 15 minutes, I will be there.
So Merl, tell me, I love the local history. Tell me, who were the Llewellyns? What was the deal with them?
Lord Llewellyn, he owned Upton House, and he was the local MP, and his daughter, Miss Mary, was the mayor of Poole. And then when Lord Llewellyn died, he left the house and the estate to the borough of Poole, and Poole left it untouched for years, and rented it out at one time to a Prince Carol of Yugoslavia, I think, and it got into disrepair. And then the Friends of Upton House took it back. But they were the landowners, and my grandfather, great-grandfather, was the tenant of the farm and farmed all the lands there. And then he had two sons, and one of them, he would leave one week he'd leave his money to one son and 1 week the other. He changed his mind regularly. And he left it, unfortunately, not to my grandfather, who set up the milk business, but his brother had Harkwood Farm, which ran onto the back of Poole. That ran right to Holes Bay, Longham Farm and Upton Farm.
Ah, well,
okay.
Yeah.
So your grandfather inherited no money?
No, he didn't inherit anything.
But then, you and your husband said, bugger that, we're going to set up our own business.
Exactly.
And you had a drive and a determination, and we didn't inherit the thing, we went for it. So good for you.
Absolutely.
Maybe if you'd inherited the money, if you'd had a lot sloshing around, you might have gone, oh, let's not do that. Let's not change the face of Iraqis. Let's just, sit in our own money. But you went out and you fought for it. And I think that informs, your business and your charity work, I think they're twinned. The energy you put into them. I don't know if you think that's true. But, if you could do one, you could do the other. If you do one, the skill sets, you can swap them over.
Yeah, and you learn in business, you learn with life. Lots of things happen to you. You have good things and bad things happen. And we went through a very bad time at one point financially, and we started again. And the lessons we learned the first time have pulled us through the second time. So, life's a learning curve. It's just something that whatever happens, good or bad, you take something from it, we believe. So, yes,
I think we don't learn from success. We failure is rough, but you learn from failure.
Absolutely.
Success, you don't really learn. If you just do something and it works, you don't know how, you don't know exactly what you've done to make it work. But you'll probably think, an individual might think, oh, I'm brilliant. I did this thing and it worked. But they won't have the gears, the understanding, the strategy, the tactics to know how to deal with things when they go bad. And I had, personally, that 10 years where nothing worked at the beginning, which I now consider my strongest. There was good training. It was 11 years of training from 19 to 30, age 19 to 30. So I just think if I had to do it again, I would ask for that again.
Absolutely, I agree. I think you can't teach anybody instinct or failure or whatever. You just something comes to you and you just have an instinct to do it, and the harder you work, then usually you can become successful. So that's been our philosophy in our family. Everybody has to work in our family.
Yeah, very good, very good. And also, you're a woman and your husband's a man, and you'll know when you were a young girl, probably the idea of a woman working in a business, setting up her own business, not done yet, wasn't allowed.
No. I think that I always wished I'd had a better education, because I went to Catholic school and we knew Latin and we knew how to starch the vestments on the altar, but we didn't actually learn a lot else. And I always feel that education was such an important thing for any young person, and going out traveling.
But have you taught yourself since you've left school? In fact, most of the things that you know, you've taught yourself,
yes, yes, I have, yeah.
I think that is the thing. School, we are forced/encouraged to learn things, but after school, we choose. I'm going to learn this. I need this now. How does this work? And the motivation. It's all about motivation. If we can get self-motivated, if we can be encouraged to be motivated, sometimes it's, we got no money. That's the motivation. The immigrant spirit. The immigrant spirit is very strong and it has really made the world work. Come on, we got to do this, otherwise we're not going to be alive. We just got to do this.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree. Hard work hurts nobody. You should never be too proud to get on and do anything. I think it's just work hard, and it's amazing. Things do turn right at some point.
But I have found that I won't do the washing up until it's a huge pile and a mess. But because my motivation isn't there, and I do it one by one. But if my
the dishwasher.
Well, I do, but actually, I've decided not to use that much. It came with the house, so that's nice. But still, there's something I like. I like to hand wash clothes, and I like to, when I'm touring, I do that a lot. Not the big clothes, but just underwear. You can get it in a sink, you can get it done, and washing up reminds me, because Mum used to do everything. She died in '68, and then it was Dad and me and my brother, and there was a thing. We'd have a meal. Dad did a signature meal, which was a steak with a few seasonings and some potatoes and some peas, and it was lovely. He did it for many years, and we knew what it was, and I'm tasting it right now in my head. And then afterwards he said, put everything in the sink to soak. We'd put everything in to soak, and he would never do it. My stepmother was slightly different. She was more, get the washing up done before you start the meal. But Dad was, leave it in the sink to soak, and that's kind of where I was. Because at the moment I have a support bubble with Sarah Johnson, who's my event manager, so we can't meet anyone, we just have to keep things going. And so she's making breakfast and I'm washing it up and making sure that's done, because it needs to be done. I'm motivated, I've got to get this done. We've got to be here at a certain time, got to be up at a certain time. If I wash my hair, my long, luxurious extensions and hair, it just takes, I have to have an extra hour for that. So I regiment everything out to get it all done. But in 8 minutes and 47 seconds, I will be in a happy place, because I will be stopping.
Well, it's marvellous. That's been... How long has this marathon taken? I can't see my...
This is 6 hours. It'll be 6 hours and 15 minutes at the end. It's a long time. The world record is 2, and I do it in 6. But my trick is as Tim knows, I don't damage my body too much. The 2 hour guys, the experts, they give the body a pounding. And well, normally I do holistic, I call them holistic marathons. I run about and I say hi to people, and I'll take a photograph and I might tweet something out. And when I was running around the UK, I would talk to cows and sheep and say, I'm doing this for comic relief. It felt quite fun just to stand. There was no one near me. There's no cameras. And sometimes there were cameras. I said, look, we're raising money. Can you give some milk or something? Come on, you cows. And the cows, they looked at me, and their faces said it all. They said, we're not sure about your charities. And so, well, you know, I just had fun. I tried to find fun. That was it. I tried to find fun, and I had, you know, vistas. Sometimes I have wonderful things, Lake District laid out before me, and sometimes it was just tough and you had to grind it out. But these, I have to grind out. Everyone is grinding. There's nothing here is joyous. Talking to yourself, talking to Tim, talking to everyone today. Emily, a woman from Texas, and her 3 kids, and she's lost her husband. I don't know if you saw that was earlier today, but just
did, yes.
Wasn't she wonderful? A wonderful spirit she had. And Helen in Malta, wonderful spirit. It's great talking to people. I know yourself, good, positive, let's try this, come on, let's do that. See what we can change, what we can help. Oh, that keeps me going. And keeps, I think, serotonin firing in my brain as I'm trying to form sentences and get through these last minutes.
Do you know the pool area at all, Eddie?
I do. Sarah Johnson here, she comes from, you got from Poole, exactly on Bournemouth.
Yeah,
so,
I was born in Poole General Hospital.
There you
Couldn't be
go.
more
Oh,
Poole.
so was I.
Ah, there you go.
Your
There we go.
Twin hospital, full of
hospital twin babies, yes. So we know that, and I know Tim's from Bournemouth, and I've swum in the sea at Bournemouth, done cold water swims there, which were a bit bonkers. And I've run around there, and I know that you had, because I'm sort of semi-encyclopedia on World War II, I know that you had D-Day landings, trials in Bournemouth, and you had the thing, I think Winston Churchill came down, I think the King came down, and they had that what looks like a pillbox. And I know what pillbox looks like, you know, defensive places where if invasion comes, you shoot out of those. And I saw that structure that you have. What's the name of the beach in front of it? Slapton Stairs? No. Do you know the one? You've got a big long beach there. And it's got...
Are you talking more in the Purbex?
Oh, you mean the sandbanks?
Well, you know that one that's got that big viewing station where, you know, it was like a pillbox on concrete?
Oh, yes, that is Shell Bay. That's
Shell Bay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Do you know Shell Bay?
Yes.
And you know the box, I mean the pillbox thing, I mean.
Yeah, I'm saying Shell Bay. I think it's Shell Bay unless it goes around to Swanage, but I think it's Shell Bay.
I think it goes round to Durlston Head, and then they come all around to Lowood Cove and all that area. They've got them all along that area.
Tim?
Because that's where they were frightened that they were going to be invaded.
Well, this is not about the invasion. Tim, do you know the structure, I mean? Tim, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still there. I'm not quite sure whether you mean like a concrete pillbox.
Yeah, it's a concrete pillbox, but it's long and it's not a pillbox. It's famous. The fact that you guys don't know it.
I know exactly where you mean, Eddie.
Yeah.
It's slightly further along. Yeah, so you go from Studland and then you go to Knoll Beach. It's at Knoll Beach.
It's Knoll Beach.
Okay,
Yeah,
Knoll
right,
Beach.
Tim, yeah.
Now, above Knoll Beach, there's a concrete structure built for Churchill, the King. I think Eisenhower was there. This is famous. You've got to know this stuff, guys, because they were all there at the same time watching landings, practice landings, before the D-Day landings happened on the 6th of June. So it must have been in May of '44. And I walked into it and I thought, this is not a pillbox, this is something else. And I just knew that, and I didn't know what it was, and I found out later that's what it was. It was a viewing area. And made of concrete.
Well, I will get that. I will go and find it.
Yeah.
And we can get that back.
I'll tell you, Merl, I'll tell you exactly where it is. It's near Joe's Cafe. You know,
Yes.
You've got the National Trust Cafe, and you go.
Yes, I know it. I know it.
And then
Yes.
and just a bit further on from that. So there's actually there's a 10k run that they do from Knoll Beach once a month. Well, they used to. They obviously can't do it in a minute. And that actually you actually run behind that structure that you're talking about, Eddie. So I know exactly where.
Well, Meryl's not going to do that run, is she?
No, I would walk it though.
Yes.
I can walk it.
You could walk it, but it's interesting just because the history of it, the times we went through, because, you know, we had this horrendous time back in World War II, 60 million dying, but out of that, this is my thing, out of negative times you can get positive things happening, and we got our National Health Service, our wonderful National Health Service, and our welfare system out of that incredibly negative thing. Without that happening, we probably wouldn't have got those things until the 90s, I think. It just wouldn't have happened. So you can get, you know, good things happening out of negatives, and sometimes bad things. But what we're trying for is trying to get good things happen. And in 2.5 minutes, I will stop.
I was just going to say, Eddie, I think that same beach, wasn't that where the first episode of Monty Python's Flying Circus was shot from?
Yes, I think. Well, you've told me that. Yeah, I think it's the same area. Obviously not. It's nothing to do with that concrete viewing building. But that's where Michael Palin. You tell me where it's at.
Yeah, I think it was, and it's really shallow there, 'cause it's like a lagoon. It's a really, really safe. It's like a lovely beach. And I think the story went that it was the first shot where I think it was Michael Palin who sort of came out of the water, you know, and did the whole "it's" line. And apparently he was walking out, but it's so shallow. He just kept walking and walking, and in the end, I think he had to sort of crouch down or something to be under the water because it's just lovely and safe there to swim. But yeah, I think that was the first shot, I think.
Yeah.
Merl, I'm a bit disappointed that you haven't stepped in on the basis of how this conversation's gone and said, my great-great-grandmother built that beach.
Stop it, Tim. Stop it.
Well, I'm going to say to you guys, we've got a minute to wrap up. Thank you very much for coming on and talking to us. It's great. I will probably be back in Bournemouth before too long.
Good.
As is my trying probably to see. I've got to come and see Tim and say my leg's fallen off. Please screw it back on like I'm a shop tailor dummy. And everyone running with me on Zwift, excellent. Thank you so much. I had a rough time today. I feel a lot better now because it is a psychological thing when you're stuck in the 3 hours in and 3 hours to go. But when you've got 32 seconds to go, you feel fun and you can speed up to 100 miles. Oh, I better not do that. I'll just lose all the runners. I won't speed up, but I can feel the energy in me. There's tons. I got tons, but I had nothing before. But it's there waiting. So thanks to all the runners. Thanks to everyone. I don't know if on Zwift if I get confetti here. I think I might do. I might get a burst of something coming up. But hopefully. Anyway, brilliant. Thank you very much, Merl.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
And well done.
Cheers. That's it. I've got confetti. It's hit the confetti thing. All right.
Well done, Eddie.
Congratulations, yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent. Eddie, just on a technical note.
Yeah.
Can you just get up when just before you break for dinner? Can you just get Sarah to give me a call?
Yeah. Okay. Well, you can say she's right here.
Hey, Tim. I'll call you, Tim.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, everyone at home. Oh God, that was rough. Thank you, Valletta. Thank you. Thank you, Malta. Tomorrow, Cyprus, Nicosia. Bye-bye.